Good afternoon and welcome to our regular board meeting of Calexico Unified School District. Today is Thursday, September 13, 2012. It is 6:04. And Ms. Burgos, will you call roll call?
Trustees present tonight are Valenzuela, Romo, Duarte, Aguilar, with Trustee Kim absent. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Mrs. Burgos. Ms. Aguilar, can you lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you, Ms. Aguilar and Mr. Quintero. Okay, item C, approval of agenda.
Madam President, I approve of the agenda except the item D. I would like to see if after closed session, please.
Okay, there is some speakers. Ms. Romo, can we allow the public to make their comments, and then we will bring it back after closed session?
Yes.
I second that.
Okay, I have, there was some other wants to table, right?
We need to table
Ayes.
We need to table I-7, I-11, and there's a change in I-12, which is the volleyball trip away, and Mr. Evangelist will speak to that.
Do we need to table those item number 12?
We just have
No?
to change it.
Change it, okay.
Sorry.
So, Ms. Romo, can you rephrase your motion?
Yes. I would like to see the item D for after closed session and table item 7, 11, change 12, and what is the other item?
No,
That's
there's
it?
a change on 12.
Okay.
It's not to table.
Okay.
Mr. Valenzuela, do you second the motion?
I second that motion.
Okay. I have a first and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. We have presentations by, no, but comments are on item G.
But these are on D1.
Item G.
You said you wanted to hear the comments from regarding,
Yeah, but I was going to move them to the comment section.
oh,
The item D is going to come back after closed session.
okay,
They will remain with
all right, I was pulling them.
the comments,
Okay,
okay?
so you do want them all together, though?
Yes, yes. Moving on to item E, presentations, Xerox presentations by Tim Helm.
Tim?
Mr. Helm, can you please step to the podium?
It doesn't say what item, what,
That's all that was given to us.
someone just submitted a request for oral communication? I can't understand the writing. The last person that turned in a slip?
Oh, it's Mr. Alazari.
The topic, sir?
What item do
item
you wish
number?
to speak on?
I'm candidate for
And what?
candidate.
Candidate.
Candidate for
Okay, so you want to speak on public comments? Okay, thank you. Mr. Helm,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Good evening, meeting board members. We actually did over the summer, Xerox and Image Source actually, which is the local agency that supports Xerox for the Imperial County and the Imperial Valley, did a complete thorough analysis of your district. We visited every single school site, did a complete audit and inventory.
Is your microphone on? Is there a red light?
Yeah, there's a red light.
Okay, thank you. Kind of tall.
as we finished the analysis, we put together and compiled the analysis into just a short form like this. I have some detailed background, and I believe Mr. Fergali has that should you require anything additional. But essentially what we did as we went through this is we looked to upgrade the fleet that you have in your district right now. Currently you have multiple vendors with the bulk on a contract through a different dealership, and but a lot of equipment that you own currently that is aged and on a management system that basically has a cost per copy that by industry standards right now is kind of outdated. And so what we did is that we looked to upgrade all the equipment throughout the district and right size, where we basically eliminated only 5 pieces of equipment throughout the district but consolidated where we could. We added scan and email and network capabilities to every single piece of equipment. We were able to reduce the cost per copy by 43%. And with no volume commitment. The way you guys are positioned right now, you make a volume commitment every year and you pay for all your impressions up front. The way the program that we offer works is that you would only pay in arrears for the copies that you made during a given time. So it allows for the fluctuations of holidays, school breaks and that sort of thing without having to put the money out up front. So it allows you to do the copies as the year dictates. We would save the district nearly $30,000 over the term without putting out any money whatsoever, and it would pay off over $150,000 in your existing leases that you have right now. The second page, what we offered you is just a list of our personal references, the districts that I personally work with. I'm a regional manager that supports most of Southern California with a focus on what we call the rural territories, which would be Imperial County, Riverside, and San Bernardino, which would include Coachella, the Desert Sands School District, areas of San Bernardino as well, Morongo Unified School District, Banning Unified, Hesperia Unified, places like that. So the list that you have for education references are places that I specifically handle and have been working with for nearly 21 years. The next page is just a quick graph that shows how we reduce the cost of ownership on your equipment, as well as the cost per copy from a current of about nearly 9/10 cents to under 1/2 cent a page. And as I said, it would be no volume commitment. So you'd only make copies or pay for the copies that you make at any given month or quarter. Basically, at this point, we're in a position to provide local service. The representative who supports the area actually lives in Calexico. He actually just lives right up the street. He's actually out of town on his wedding anniversary. He left today to take an extended weekend. He had planned to be here tonight. All our service is local. As you saw from the reference list, we do support Imperial Valley College, as well as El Centro Elementary School District and the district office at Imperial USD. We have quite a bit of equipment at the ICOE as well. So we have a lot of familiarity in the Valley and do quite a bit of business with our service staff here. And we're just looking for your recommendation and approval to move forward and implement the program.
Mr. Fergali? Want to add anything?
Well, one of the reasons that I asked Mr. Helms to come in to do the evaluation was the concern. We have about 4 or 5 different kinds of copiers, and the cost was getting prohibitive. So we wanted to reduce the numbers and see if we could reduce our cost. By his numbers and what we've seen with the background work, we would be saving a considerable amount of money. Have our own, if I understood the conversation, we would have our own technician to work with all of our equipment locally.
You would have what we call a district focus technician. His focus would be to start the day and end the day at your district. We are in the process, and I hope I'm not speaking out of context here, of doing a similar evaluation on your print management strategy that you guys have throughout the district. We've done some preliminary numbers on that, and there's an additional approximate right now. Like I said, we haven't finalized anything, and I have to come back to present, but we're talking about another $28,000 in a year in cost savings there. But with the addition of potentially more equipment in another print management strategy, we could look at having a district-focused technician that he would only be focused on your district. Right now, you would split with a district focus here, but between here and the college.
When you went around to look at our Xerox or copiers, what was it that you found the most useless, or that we have an abundance of? And was it just the regular printers, or?
Yeah, you have a ton of printers. Yeah, you have situations where part of the reason we need to get together, it's just been because of the summer and startup of school and calendars. We need to get together, and we've finished our analysis to get together on the printer side where we could see areas of opportunity where you have a machine, say a multifunction machine that's connected to the network, but a secretary or secretaries that will have multiple printers and or fax machines side by side. And so where you have an area that could have one device, you could actually consolidate, or excuse me, they have 3 to 4 devices, they could consolidate down to one. And so I think that's why we are putting together, and in the preliminary stages, in addition to this, like I said, is an approximately $28,500 a year savings on your print management strategy, where we feel we'd be able to make a real big consolidation because of the fact that you guys are preliminary, and because Mr. Fergali was, said go ahead and let's make sure everything in there has the ability to be connected to the network. We could potentially eliminate and consolidate printers and smaller multifunction devices. And for those of you who don't know, anything that's a small device has a higher cost per impression than, say, a big machine that has a lower cost per impression. And so you're basically getting more miles per gallon out of a gallon of gasoline on the big machine than you are out of a small machine. And so where we're looking at about under 0.5 cent on the large machines that we'll be putting in at the district, and when I say large, I just mean the workhorse machines as opposed to a small printer, your printers cost you about 3 to 3.5 cents a page. So you'd be saving nearly 3 cents a page once we look forward to the future implementation as well.
So theoretically, you could be at your desk or in your classroom and run a print and just go to the office to pick up your prints.
That is
copies?
correct. Correct. Teachers would have the ability to do that, as well as if down the road in the future they wanted the ability to print from a mobile device, they could do that. They have the ability through apps on, say, an iPad or any type of a tablet to do like a mobile print where they can print directly to the device using their mobile technology. So
Now, we have various companies that do that, that we service with. Would this mean that we have to give them up, and you are the sole company that we would have here, or?
we are one of the vendors that you do business with right now as well. At this point, we are looking at a district-wide solution so that it would standardize you. However, there are a few, I believe there are 4 to 6 machines that are in a fairly new lease that the volumes are such that it just didn't make financial sense to replace those. And so we would leave those in place for now. Because from a financial standpoint, it doesn't make sense to replace those.
Okay.
Would you explain Xerox's position where you would help us pay off some of the older leases?
Correct. Yes, what we do is incorporated into this. We will issue a check to you in the amount of $153,000, and that will go directly towards the replacement of the current machines that are on lease. Which you still have several machines that you own and that are aged. And part of the difficulty I think that the district will face down the road is the ability to replace those without putting out any type of expenditures. And so in this case, what we were able to do is issue the check to pay off that amount should we move forward, and replace not only the machines that are aging. Most of those machines are higher volume machines that the sites are using, and so even they have millions of impressions on them at this point. And so what we're going to do is pay those off for you and then replace the entire fleet, with the exception of 5 to 6 where we found areas of opportunity that we just see them as obsolete at this point or redundant.
Okay. Board members, any more questions for Mr. Helm?
Thank you.
I know there's no action today, but we will give direction to superintendent as to,
We'll bring it
We'll bring
to
it
the next
back.
board meeting.
as
Okay.
an action item.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Any place we can save a penny is
Amen.
A penny or two. Next item, special education by Mr. McFadden and Mr. Padilla.
Again, if there is anybody that needs translation services, please be advised that there are headphones outside. Si alguien ocupa servicios de traducción, hay audífonos afuera. ¿Hay alguien que ocupa servicio de traducción? ¿No hay nadie que ocupa servicio de traducción?
Oh, good. Mr. Fagali, you don't need translation?
No.
Okay.
We're
Mr.
ready?
McFadden, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak regarding our TIERS program, which is the new regionalized SCC program that we're hoping to get off very soon. Mr. Lucio Padilla did a presentation at the last board meeting, and it appeared that we just didn't have enough information out. So we did a couple things. Part of your the board packet that went to you, we made sure that we provided some additional information. And then Lucy and I got together, put together this presentation to kind of cover more of the specific details of how it came about, the funding component, and what the class is designed for. And if you have any questions, please ask us. But basically, next, please. In terms of the SELPA, this is the agency that oversees all the special education within the county. For the past 30 years, we've had conversations and discussions regarding the need for this type of program. And I've been a member of the SELPA Executive Board and Operations for about that duration of time. Really what has prevented us from moving forward had been the barriers that I have listed. And basically, probably the three largest barriers. Number one, really not knowing how many students, whether within a district or valley-wide, we would have for the program. The second part was really not having a specific program design to be able to implement. And the other piece is really guaranteed funding. It's a very expensive program to run and to operate. And so probably every 5 years we'd have the conversation. Every 5 years districts would come up with alternatives and options of dealing with the students. There's been changes, so we can go to the next. Really, in terms of the barriers that have been lifted, unfortunately, the number of students that we have that are identified as emotionally behavioral disordered has increased significantly. It's increased significantly within our district and valley-wide. So we're probably looking right now, not necessarily for this particular program, but probably 45 to 50 students throughout the valley that has this very unique classification. Other districts, including ourselves, had conversations and discussions regarding the program. Part of it, we do have 2 districts that are transporting students out of Imperial County to other programs, and they do this on a daily basis. These are students that would be the age of this program and we believe would benefit from the program. So the actual and true cost to districts are beginning to materialize, and so there's more interest valley-wide to find a local regionalized type of program. And I think most importantly, in 2009, the TIERS program basically was developed, published, and began to be implemented. And the 2 authors, one is Diana Browning Wright, who's the foremost expert on behavior, threat assessments, risk management, etc. She and Dr. Cook got together and basically developed a scripted program, research-based program, to work effectively with students who are emotionally and behaviorally disordered. A part of the agreement with our district or any LEA accepting it is that we will have direct access with Dr. Wright and with Dr. Cook. And so Diana has been here in the Valley for a number of years. This just happens to be one additional project that she would be interested in. And so in terms of the support for the program, much different than in the past. Go to the next one. And then also we have the ability to work with the Institute for Effective Education in San Diego, again at the same level. Part of the other, some of the questions that came up is what is it that we need for the program? And one, it has to do with appropriate space. Now, when some of the other districts were considering the program, they were able to provide a space, but it wasn't appropriate space. So we're looking at elementary age students. The districts that were available would have had or would have been able to make space available on a junior high campus. But that kind of defeats the purpose of the program. If they're elementary age students, we want them on elementary campus. And if they're going to be going back to a district, so we need to kind of work with within those parameters. So, that was the part. The second issue with some of the other districts had to do with just the integration. Some of the school sites they were okay with the program being on site, but they didn't necessarily want the students, integrated within a general education classroom. The intent is not to have the students integrated on day one, but the intent is, as we go through the program, as they start to do better, the intent is to get them back to their home districts as soon as we can. And part of that is going to be, our responsibility to make sure that they function well within a classroom. And so, the other districts, they just weren't very comfortable with that. So we can go to the next one. And the other piece, really, the SELPA board made a financial commitment. And the commitment was to fully fund this program at this point in time. In the future, so on an annual basis, we go back. If costs begin to increase, it goes back to the SELPA board for action and reallocation of funding. The other component is, and it's part of the buy-in from all of the superintendents in the districts, we have a teacher, 2 instructional aides, and a part-time psychologist that's assigned specifically for this program. If a student requires additional aid above and beyond what we have, this is a responsibility for the sending district, not for us, but for the district. Now, we're still working on the parameters, so the 2 issues. Do we have enough individuals that we have trained locally that would be able to have as the behavior aides? And so then the district would contract out with us for that. And so we're still working on that. We're taking a look at job descriptions right now for the behavior aides. And so we'll have a proposal probably the next board meeting for that. And ultimately for the program as we see it, even though it's going to be housed on one particular school site, it is going to be a benefit to every single school site and to all the students that we have within the district. Both Lucy and I have been working throughout the district of late on students that some are identified for this program, some aren't, but are still extremely challenging. And again, just from the techniques that we've been able to, and Lucio's been able to impart upon the teachers, it's helped out. And so for us, when we do the training, certainly it's training for that particular school site, but then we're going to include as many individuals as we can to be part of it. Do you want to do this part? Yes, this one. No, right here. Yeah.
Okay, there's a growing number, like Mr. McFadden was saying, that has been identified. My job right now is to go and observe and identify and see if some of the strategies that are going to be implemented and that we're going to go and get additional training, if they actually work. And when I have gone to the schools and see these really serious reactions of the students that are integrated into our regular classrooms right now, they really work. We had one incident yesterday, and we went and addressed it today. Last week we had 2 incidents in another school, and then the same week another incident in another school. And we went and we just, like for me it's kind of like implementing what I have already been trained on, and I see how it really works. It will benefit not only the students that have the severe behavior, but also the regular ed students that are being impacted by these kinds of reactions, because it really impacts the classroom. Just to give you an example, one tiny little third grader had like 4 or 5 adults trying to de-escalate. The policeman was even called, and that's not necessary. It's what is necessary is to have people that know what they're doing, what they're talking about, so that we can help the students, and then at the same time lead the students in regular ed time for them to focus on their education. So we really need to learn and to teach other teachers about teaching social skills, development, self-control for the students, and et cetera, et cetera. So character act, social skills, and things are going to be very important. The interest in operating the regional program. We are using local resources and still find ourselves questioning the effectiveness of services. Right now, the services that we have are not adequate for this particular students. We are not doing any impact other than controlling, restraining, removing from the site, and we can't do anything to stop other students from witnessing this, and this is really something that is hurting the education of the other children. We also been using other programs like Vista Sans and AHLP to assist different of the student population, but we have seen that they are not as competent as we thought. They have a criteria that usually just exclude the students that we're talking about. They just take them in, they see them, and then they say that they're not effective, so they just remove them and send them back to the population. And once they come back, it's a little different. Okay.
And I think, and Lucio's going to talk more on the programmatic standpoint. One of the questions is, why did Calexico Unified School District step up? And for me, there's probably 3 things. Number one, that we have the students within our district. The students would need to be transported elsewhere, which is going to cost time and would be money. Basically, our district represents about 25% of the valley-wide student population. We would anticipate we're probably going to have at least that, if not more, within the program. I think the other component is that we have the teaching staff, the administrative staff, and certainly the expertise with Lucio to implement this program. So for me, in terms of the staffing and the personnel, we have it. Other LEAs within the county do not from a package standpoint. And certainly we have just the interest for operating the program. And I also think it's an excellent opportunity for our district to continue to enhance our reputation. We've been the leaders in many respects in many activities. This just becomes one, again, that from a special ed standpoint, valley-wide, we've had conversations. No one has really been courageous enough to kind of step up and say, we will operate this program. And I know we can operate it. I know we had questions associated with, are the students going to be dumped within the program? And the answer to that is no. There's a very strict criteria and requirement for the students to be placed within the program. There's a significant number of meetings that occur to maintain, the individual's presence within the program. And so for us, really, the cap is 10 students. We have 2 administrative placements that are in there, and nothing more. And then I guess on the final note, from the financial standpoint, that was one of the questions that came up. Again, the district pays 0 cents associated with this program. All the funding for the maintenance and operation, for the rental. We have startup costs associated with the classroom, etc. All of that is covered from the funding at the SELPA level.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You indicated earlier, Mr. McFadden, you said appropriate space. That there was other places, other districts that were considered or were checked or evaluated,
Right.
but they were deemed not an appropriate space. Can you define the components that maximize the program's intent?
Well, I think the component is, number one, to have the students on an elementary campus. And again, that was one of the issues that, as we were going through working with the other districts, they would go ahead and secure a room, but it would be at a junior high level. Students wouldn't have access to same age peers. It really wouldn't be an appropriate type of setting. So for the success of the program, number one has to do with the location on an elementary campus, to be part of the actual school. So instead of being put out into the furthest corners of a school site in a portable, to be part of the actual physical school. The other elements of it has to do with the administrative support, the interest from the teaching staff. Number one, the interest in the program, but also an interest and a commitment to participate in training that's associated with, and again, we have the training to help us with these particular individuals, but the training encompasses just behavior support plans, period, from K to 6, K to 12 at all the school sites. And then the other component, really the commitment from the special education staff to be able to implement this. I feel extremely comfortable and confident in terms of Lucio's ability to do that. I know the instructional aides, which will become behavior aides, will do a fantastic job, and I have no question in terms of my ability from an administrative standpoint to make sure that everything remains the way that it goes.
Would you say that before you do, would you say that it's crucial or essential that the host site is welcoming and receptive to the program?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It has to be crucial, because if you have a population, and it doesn't matter what, but if you have a group of children that you want to place on a school site and they're not welcomed, it would be destructive. What would be the purpose and function to be there? It's not necessarily to house individuals within a separate classroom, to be separated, so kind of sneak in, after the bell rings and go out before the bell. It's an issue of being an integral part. And again, from the district standpoint, as Lucio was saying, these students exist within our schools right now. They exist within special education programs, and they exist within general education programs. We really need to do more, I think, from a training standpoint, to really get a handle to be more effective in working with the students and the parents.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kim. The hosting site, the staff that will be working also, are they going to be trained by SELPA for the behavior of these students, or because they're going to be interacting, right?
Right. From a training standpoint, there will be multiple levels of training. SELPA would certainly be the our local resource. We have, again, it's built in part of the program, at least 10 days within in San Diego for the staff to participate at the Institute for Effective Education, to give them very grounded in terms of the practice, philosophy, etc. And then the other component is for representatives from the Institute to come here to help us in terms of implementing the programs. So we would have the SELPA assist us, representatives from the Institute for Effective Education, and we would also have Dana Browning-Wright and Dr. Cook. I don't expect them to come down on a monthly basis or anything, but in terms of to be available, and as we come through and we have issues that we're not exactly sure how to resolve, then they're available for the consultation. So the training actually needs to occur before the program. That's why the program is scheduled to begin in January and was never intended to begin in September or October. The part of it is that we knew personnel, whether it's our district or anyone else, had the personnel issue we needed to, had the school site, and then that training component, and for all the individuals to be grounded on what the program entails and what it's going to look like, and not to do that at the last minute, but over time.
Go ahead.
Depending on the direction of this board as to that program, will you be coming back with the curriculum? Because I know there's nothing yet. I think what we want to know is the incoming students from other districts that are going to be in the classroom, who will be responsible for them? Will it be the district or will it be the state? that will be, or
No, it's the
self,
district. We will,
they will be our students?
right. They will be our students. We will collect ADA on them. We will have joint responsibilities in terms of evaluations. It's responsibility of the sending school district to conduct any evaluation prior to coming in or as part of triennial assessments. IEPs, again, we will help facilitate. We will kind of co-chair, but it's really up to the individual school district, the sending district, to send representatives and to participate within the meeting. Part of the and again we talked last time from the SELPA standpoint. I'll be going to executive board and operations meeting next week. Kurt Leptic, who's the director, will have a little bit more information. Once we figure out in terms of the grade levels, then part of the upfront cost is the purchase of curriculum for the students within the program.
Now, the grade levels, as I understand it, is going to be 3rd to 5th grade?
Yeah, at this point in time, that's really what, for me and my recommendation I had shared with Kurt and the group. I don't think a span beyond 3 years is appropriate. I wouldn't advocate for a first grader being in with the 6th grader student. It's not appropriate. So we're thinking that the 3-year, we want to take a look at the numbers, and from a longitudinal standpoint, if we're able to target, say, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, then that'll give us, 3 or 4 years working with the student prior to them going to the next level. So that's what we're in discussion. The intent, long term, is to have this type of program available at the junior high level and at the high school level. So essentially, what we're implementing is going to be a model program.
Mr. Kim?
Yes, what you said was the administrator and the school site has to be welcoming that class.
Yes.
Okay, and also what I understanding, the other district, they're not welcoming to come and hold this program. We are the one who's holding it.
Well, I'm not sure if they're not welcoming. Again, one of the biggest issues had to do with the classroom space. And again, for the districts that indicated they were interested, they would provide or make space available, but it was at a junior high level. And again, this is a program for elementary age students. There just wasn't anybody who would make the commitment at the elementary level.
Yeah, I think it's classroom space matter. I think every school have a bunch of the classroom left over because we have a full of the students in one classroom. So I don't think it's any elementary level they have a full of the space. And second, if the administrator and the school, they're not welcoming that class, then why we have to accepting ourselves self trouble? We can send our students to other school district to like what they're doing to us. Why we have to hold this one?
Well, we don't have to. I think part of it, in my opinion, certainly is a responsibility to our students in our district to be able to provide the services here for them. I think the second piece is that we do have administrative staff, teaching staff, and school sites that are interested in housing the program. So in terms of their acceptance and their willingness, it already exists.
Again, it seemed to me like the way you explained me is not welcoming program for any district, even among our school self. Only one school side they were welcoming this program. That's what is correct.
I think it's an issue of semantics. In terms of welcoming, I would say all the principals and all the school sites would welcome any and all students that we have within a district.
Okay, then it's not problem. It's not problem any school side from ourselves.
No, I'm going to address that. And I think the second component, each school site has a different culture. Each school site has a different administrative staff and a teaching staff. Each of them have different strengths in areas that they focus in on. My intent for the program was to put it on a site that essentially would be able to provide the complement for the students and also for staff that is really interested in the training to be able to benefit not only that site but then again to be able to expand. The other, at least for the original recommendation, it was one of the school sites that did not have a special day class. They had a limited number of special education programs. So when you take a look at all of the other sites, we have multiple programs that exist. And so with the original recommendation is because we don't have or didn't have that level of program at that school site.
Mr. McFadden, I don't know if this is a question for you or maybe ACT Union as to what was to happen in place of discipline when a child goes above and beyond the behavior. Because I know in regular situations, regular classrooms, there's been some tension between student and teaching or teacher. How would that, I mean, is that something that you guys are going to look into? I don't know if we need to go to the union and say, do you accept this for the staff?
Well, you can, whatever action that you want to take would be appropriate. What I can tell you from the behavior standpoint and from the classroom is that students at this level for this program, and the ones that Lucy and I were talking about earlier, they have what is called a behavior support plan. So some individuals have behaviors, but they can be modified, throughout the day. Others need a much more systematic approach to working with the behavior. The behavior support plan and the behavior intervention plan basically set the parameters, so if A happens, then B happens. So if A happens certainly within a classroom, then we would take a look at, okay, we know this, we tried to prevent it, this had occurred, and this becomes the action. So yes, we will have the responsibility to suspend individuals. We have the responsibility and the authority to be able to recommend expulsion. But again, since it's an IEP, that we would be working very closely with the sending school districts to address that issue. Because if we get to that point, then it's really an indication that the program that we're offering the student may not be the best, and that they indeed may need to be placed in a residential type of setting. Certainly the behavior is a big component, within this program.
Any more questions, board members?
Can I add to that?
Padilla.
The classroom, the way it's going to be implementing the strategies, it's not going to be like for any common incident or any of those outrageous incidents and then send the student to the office right away. The intent is to try everything that we know, everything that we are going to be trained so that we solve the problem within the classroom. It's not like we're just going to go and dump them to the administrator or to the office or whatever. Also, when we mainstream, we're not going to go and dump the kid when he's not ready. And that's why we're looking for a particular staff, a particular site that it's already expressed their desire to be able to participate here. Also, in addition, the site that we have selected has many other good things about it that enhances the program. For example, you can say that you have room in all the school sites. Well, not all the school sites are formed the same way. Some school sites are in rows, and that's very difficult to supervise from one space. Other school sites, they don't have the classroom, the actual classroom. A trailer will not be beneficial. There's echoes, the noise of the air conditioner. All of those things come into play when we're dealing with these kinds of behaviors. And so we found this particular school that was recommended before even the teacher was elected because we know that the staff is not only willing and have the desire to participate, but they have been participating already. They have been implementing character education development before even we started this. The site is a square where we can stand in one corner and supervise all the classrooms from one direction. There's a group of teachers that come into the grade level that we're working on, that we know they are willing and ready, and they have already some experience in dealing with these kinds of behaviors. So we do look into all of those things. As I visited throughout these days, that's one of the things that I've been looking at. It's not that we just say this. We just go to different school sites. We see the different components, and that's why we're comfortable with this one.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Aguilar, you have?
Mr. McFadden, just one question. You mentioned earlier, sorry, sorry. You mentioned job descriptions for the aides. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, it's my opinion that the classified positions that we have in the classroom are going to be more than instructional aides. They really are going to be behavioral assistants. And with that comes, I believe, a responsibility for the district to ensure that the individuals are trained. And so for the description, we just want to make sure that individuals understand this is not a regular class setting. It's not a special ed. There's high level of intensity here. So part of it is to be extremely clear what the duties and responsibilities are. When you take a look at the job descriptions, many or help tutor students, help with this. This one is going to be really associated with shaping, monitoring, and changing behavior, which is a whole lot different. And so we just want to make sure that individuals who apply for the position really have a true understanding of what it's going to entail.
Just having said that, would you foresee that it would require some type of at least an associate's level or specialized training, or that you would provide the training, or how would you ensure that that person is best prepared for this?
I tell you what, a combination, and that's we're looking at the job descriptions right now. But in terms of the training, yes, and it would be probably at least a 2-level, if not a 3-level. At this point in time, County Office of Education does have a training module. It's about a 20-hour training module. Lisa Soto, who is one of the administrators and has been involved with programs with children with autism, has implemented that with their behavior assistants. And so we'll be working with Lisa to be able to pull that program in to do that as the beginning training. Then from that, we have currently 2 trainings are scheduled throughout the county on nonviolent crisis intervention. And so that would be another training that certainly would be required, and that would be something that we would need to make sure that we would facilitate on an annual basis. And then also we have the Institute for Effective Education that will be helped in addition to the training. So the intent is, as Lucy was saying, is really to have everybody at the top in terms of their skills and abilities to deal not only with the students within this classroom, but in other types of settings.
Thank you.
One more, since that opened another question. We will be having to create new positions in the district, right? As to job descriptions and a new title, because currently right now we just have special ed instructional assistants.
Correct.
That title does not cover.
I don't think it covers them. We also took a look at instructional aids severely handicapped. That's the second one that we have in special education. But typically that's designed for the medical issues that we have.
That's not the right title for
And
the job.
my belief is that this type of position is something that we need for this program, and I think it's something that we're going to need in the future period, whether it be as part of this program or providing support at school sites. It's just, the time
Okay.
the time has come.
Okay, well, you bring us more information
Okay.
as you progress, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Next item, Calexico High School lunchtime by Sergio Pesqueira.
Okay, good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Fergali, Ambris, and everyone here. I was asked by the board, you asked me to just give you an overview of what's happening at Calexico High School during our lunchtime. We have approximately 2,150 students at Calexico High School, and I'm talking about the main campus, 10th through 12th grade. As we know, it's an open campus. Lunchtime starts, the end of fourth period ends at 12:18. Lunchtime technically starts at 12:23. Then there's a tardy bell at 1:08. Students are back in class at 1:14. So we have them out there for a good 55 minutes before they're back in class, 56. What are we offering? We have the gymnasium open about 20 minutes into the lunch hour. So students, we do want them to go out there and have lunch. Then we open the Garner Gym so students could be in cooler weather, and there's students out there playing basketball and volleyball and so on. I wish we had the personnel to open our library. We just don't have access. Students don't have access to our library, not even in the morning before school starts, as well as during lunch, and that's something that I would ask for your support. You know, most schools, at least at most of the junior highs, will open the library at 7:30, giving kids about a good 30 minutes, 35 minutes. In our library at the high school, I wish I could tell you there's a lot of circulation of textbooks, but that's not it. We do have a lab in there. Students do access the lab. They do research. They're finishing papers. And then there's a lot of tables for them to do their homework or review and so on and study. But we need access to it. Students need access to that before school as well as during the lunch hour. Our cafeteria, while it's open, and I can tell you that at 12:18, when I'm out there supervising the lunch line, no more than 10 to 15 minutes, those kids are all in and out. Most kids will eat out there in the Ramada area. There's only about 120-something occupancy in our little small cafeteria. But understanding that we do have Belcher Avenue that's closed down, where we have about 3 or 4 of those lunch carts, wagons out there, that there's a big number of students out there. I'm going to show you, I'm going to go up to that map because I don't want to use a pointer from here. In reference to our campus security and what are some of our challenges within open campus. Okay, we have our, obviously we have our cafeteria here. I'm usually right here, right on the north side of the cafeteria with, we have a noon aide inside the cafeteria. We have another noon aide right at the door. I'm right here focusing with a line. At this time we have 3 proctors during the lunch hour. We have 5 proctors that work for Calexico High School, 2 of them being full-time, 3 of them being part-time. The part-timers, I do have 2 in the morning. I know I was talking to Mr. Fergali, and hopefully I really need more help during the lunch hour until and up to the after-school hours. So I can probably live with 3 proctors in the morning, but I really want more proctors from the lunch hour on. So at this time, with what we have 3 proctors during the lunch hour. I want to have a proctor up here in front of the school at all times, due to the fact that we have this entrance, what we call Circle Drive, in front of the main office, that's open, accessible for parents to come in. We do have the student parking lot open during lunchtime because students are leaving and they're coming back. We do have the faculty parking lot that's open during lunchtime because of staff coming in and out, and obviously also the fire lane. There's 4 principals, including myself. There's 3 vice principals and myself. I have Mr. Miramon, who is still in the classroom but does assist with us during the lunch hour. We went ahead and established a boundary line that we put into play today. Right here, right room 26 of the main office, all the way down, which means it's a boundary line that students don't have access to going through the north side of the campus during lunchtime. There's a way, we're trying to control where kids are during the lunch hour. And yes, they have access to leaving, and the message is not for students to leave. It's funny that a lot of them came to me during the lunch hour, why did you do that? And these are a lot of the band students that would hang around in this area here. This is the band room 41. They sit here, they eat their lunch. We have kids congregating here. We have kids behind the band room, this is the fire lane. We have an open gate here where the auto shop is. So there's a lot of room for kids to wander during the lunch hour. So the fact that we don't have enough staffing that I would say, okay, I'll put a staff member here, then that was the reason we went with this. And students were saying, but that's our area, where do we eat? And I said, well, there is room here in the Ramadas, but where there's 100 of us, we can't sit at one table. I understand that. Let's work on this. I don't let them eat in the cafeteria, but once they eat, they can go in there, sit in the bleachers, and have conversations. I know every Friday ASB's out there with music to keep them entertained, and there's events that are happening on Fridays. Now let's go back to one of my other assistant principals, Mrs. Satsueta. When I'm out here in the lunch line, she's overseeing this quad area and these wings here. I have one of my proctors, Mr. Patino, who is stationed right here, and here's the red line so students don't come to the north side where this is the science wing, the northeast side, then we have the pens, and we need to keep the kids in one area. then Mr. Miramon, like I said, he's right here, so students don't go to the north. I have had some advisors that come to me and said, Mr. Pesqueira, we do have activities during lunch, and I said, you just get us a pass, give them to your kids, they'll show it to Mr. Miramon, then we'll let the kids go and participate in the classroom because we know there's teachers there. My other assistant principal, Mr. Santos, now I'm going over here because this is the pool area. This is Belcher Avenue here. Like I said, we have our lunch carts there. He's there, and we have one of our full-time proctors, Mr. Savo. Now, we needing to understand that proctors need to cover only the outside perimeter of the school. So there's been practice that Mr. Trucios, who's the proctor out here, he rides with our school resource officer, Officer Dominguez. And one of my concerns, like I told Mr. Trucios, I really need you up here in front. There's traffic here with cars, people in and out. I want to make sure that if you see anything suspicious, immediately we need to report it and so on. So Officer Dominguez, you know, he's got the jurisdiction to go all the way to 2nd Street if he wants. He's a police officer. Our proctors don't. Like I said, we do have the public library here, Kiki Camarena. We have a park right here, Crummett Park. A lot of our students do congregate. Mrs. Toller, I know that we haven't had this conversation, the librarian, but she'll host kids in there during lunchtime. They go in there with their food and they eat. One of the emails I did get today was that they're being a little bit noisy, that they're picking up after themselves and so on. But that's been her call, not that I went over there and said, help us out with that. She's just being really nice with them. There's going to be a time probably when she's going to say, enough. Do we have action out here? Absolutely, we have action.
Should do.
Now, have we had a couple of incidents where students were caught with controlled substances? Yes. It's not on the campus area. We've had them out here in the park. We've had them in here between alleys of Encanto. And like I told my proctors, you guys can't go out there. You know, it's a liability. The police officer can. Keeping in mind that these kids, there's the tennis courts, there's the handball courts, and we need to be checking that perimeter. So it's challenging when you have an open campus and there's 2,100 kids. Not all of them stay on the campus. I understand that. But that's part of our challenge. I did talk to, I got a hold of Jamie Chu. She's overseeing the Parks and Recreation. And I asked her, Jamie, we need some neonates that have experience with generating intramural sports with kids and forming and keeping these kids entertained and doing something there on campus instead of just wandering out in the streets. And she said she was going to check with me. We just don't need him at the main campus. We also need him at the 9th grade campus. That is a closed campus with over 700 students. So she's going to work with me on that one. That's basically what I have to present to you today. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I do share your concerns, Sergio, in terms of that cart. There's been times that where I've seen the cart on Blair and even as far as Heber Avenue. So I agree with you.
The campus security carts?
Yeah.
Yes.
If anybody should be out there on the street patrol, they should probably be the resource officer
And that's
alone.
that's exactly what I addressed with him. Right.
Because I recall from when I worked for this district, we did not then, and we do not have now an MOU with the police department in terms of what distance we are allowed to be
Correct.
going off campus.
Correct. Any other question, comment?
Yeah, I think I follow with COVID that I heard several cases happening outside of the school boundary, and they have issues. Then the proctor can't do anything. So we supposed to have each school they have to have, or by the school district wide, and they have to have an MOU with the police department. So how we have to be able to handle those cases. If not, we're going to be still reliable on those cases. And the other one is you're talking at lunchtime. I've been there lunchtime several times. One thing I saw lunch it gets a little better than the last year, and about 2 years ago it was worse than this time. So I believe it's getting progress, but our lunch is not enough to keep the students in the classroom. And I was mentioning when one of the parents said, I'd rather have my son go proper meal at the street, not in the school. So when we fail to provide the decent food, don't ever mention or think about it. It's my opinion, personal opinion. It shouldn't be brought up to the closest campus. We have to be enough quality and quantity of food for the kid to be able to hold them there. And then I was there, and then salad gone fast, and the last kid is eating the salad. They can't eat anymore. And some boys pick up the milk and the chips, and then he's going. And then I said, why you only taking this one? There is no salad.
Yeah.
So I was school side self. We should provide a decent level of the condition they can stay there. And when I was visiting, I was talking with you about the lunchtime, some special program. It probably takes about 30 minutes, or they can learn everything, whatever they can do. And those kind of things is a good idea. But high school kid, when they go to the Deanja, it takes a while and they eat. I think it's impossible. There has to be high school students, has to be in the high school campus. And also, yesterday I was there the nighttime at the cafeteria. There's no light. The outside is no light, and what's it called the Pavona cheerleaders, they're practicing without the light. They're gonna be causing a lot of chance to have an accident there. So when we let the public come to our school site, there we supposed to be maintain enough light for the safety.
Where was it that there was no light, Mr. Kim?
Outside they have the cafeteria.
The
They have
cafeteria?
porches,
Uh-huh.
and that don't light there.
Oh, okay.
On the north side, where the Ramadas are at?
Yeah, where the
no, it's
Ramada.
supposedly I think south side. Yes, for the park side.
Okay.
Okay,
And
west side.
even yesterday, I believe there's some function. A lot of parents coming and go, and there's dark.
Yeah,
And
it
I
is
don't
dark.
know. I don't know how they can practice the Pavona cheerleader. That we should be able to handle those kind of things too.
Yeah, we have one custodian at nighttime, and I think what I'll direct him tomorrow is to go and check all the lighting out there, so we can do some work orders, and because we have back to school night coming pretty soon on the 26th. So yeah, I did share that with Mr. Your comment about the food, that it's a lot better to Mr. Caballero. So and in reference to the salads, they do have a food manager in there that I'm sure that they're seeing that salads are popular. So let's start increasing them, and it's day by day.
And I think that this time I might have to thank you to Mr. Fogliali. Our football team, they lost lunch. Snack at 3:30. I was send the email to the Mr. Fogliali because the school stopped the neighborhood house to bring the food, and the kid before they go to the game and they couldn't do anything. And I believe Mr. Fogliali managed the fund to provide the food for the football team. And I don't know exactly what I believe it's supposed to be a calorical fund, isn't it?
Not categorically, from the food.
From the food?
From the food service.
Okay, now, is that extended to, I believe it has a last of what's called the band kids. Band and other sports, they are leaving from the school. Can we extend that on to the other sport team and the
I think we
band?
could probably provide a box lunch would probably be best.
Yes,
I will talk to Mr. Caballero.
please.
I have a question. How many students did you say you have at the ANSA, the ANSA campus?
At the 9th grade campus?
Yes, sir.
Over 700. I'll say
Over
720, if not more.
720. So it's a lot easier to
Well, I'm going to say,
have closed campus with 720 students as opposed to 2,150 students, right?
well,
And the only reason I'm making this comment, Mr. Pesqueira, is that I visited the high school yesterday. I was walking the campus with Mr. Pesqueira, and I did spend his lunch break with him. I walked with him, and I do agree that we need to help the high school with at least the library, open the library during lunch. There's really, after lunch, there's really nothing else to do for the students. And they did open the gym. I went in there. He did have Mrs. Sasueta overseeing and an aide inside the gym. But I think we need to have more activities for the students during lunch.
I've got a question, Mr. Pesqueira. You mentioned that we have an SRO, Mr. Dominguez.
Correct.
So my second part of the question is, the other SRO. Where is that other SRO at that time?
He's dealing with all the elementary schools.
During lunch
During lunch?
or all day?
He's scheduled for basically the junior highs and all day. He's with them. He circulates with all the schools.
Okay, so if he circulates, he's being called for different places. He's not assigned to one place, right?
No.
He's
And-
based.
and
he's
they're based at the
ninth
high
grade-
school,
yeah,
right?
At the ninth grade campus.
At the ninth grade
That's his
campus.
base, right.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking is because I did take a look at the SRO contract, and there is a little clause that says other duties as assigned, as needed, and so forth. So if there is a need, and if you prioritize that SRO, that SRO is needed more
circulate.
to circulate during, having the SROs helping patrol both
The perimeters around the high school, yeah.
both
I agree.
perimeters around the high school as well as the
The ninth grade campus.
ninth grade campus.
I met with our two SROs the other day, and Lieutenant Gerardo, and he indicated that they were very willing to help us if our SROs are busy, that our staff should be, our administrative staff should be calling the office to get additional help. Just call dispatch, and dispatch will then just send a vehicle and an officer out. So, and they've been very cooperative. So we can ask for some additional help, and I think they'll provide it.
Okay.
Especially when they're on their furloughs. There's days that, we don't have Officer Dominguez like a Monday, like this last Monday he wasn't there.
Yeah.
So if they can coordinate that with the chief and there's availability of an officer that could be there around the lunch hour, that would be great.
The
Outside the
yeah.
perimeter, obviously.
The chief and the police department have been extremely supportive of us.
Great.
So, Chief and I have met on a couple of occasions and just discussed mutual kind of concerns.
Mrs. Romo, you had a question?
Yeah. Mr. Perqueira, I remember what was the problem in the past for 2 launches or 3? I don't remember 2.
What was the problem?
What is the problem?
I'm not understanding your question.
For the time, I remember for teachers is for 2 minutes or 10 minutes. I don't remember what is the problem.
Like a 2 lunch
For
period.
2 lunches.
That's saying going into 2
Yeah.
lunches? I don't think that's ever been implemented at the high school, if I'm not mistaken. I know it has been at the junior
It's
highs.
for time.
We had it at the academy. Did they have it at the high school?
Yeah.
Teachers, have you guys had it?
Yes, this is for.
Oh my God, that was we had 300 kids back in the
That was when we had like 700.
That was only
4
a few years
teachers
ago,
and-
right?
Just kidding, Tonya, just kidding. We were classmates.
Sonia, you're dating yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions?
That it?
Board members, any more questions? No?
Mr. Pesqueira,
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Pesqueira.
That's all information.
Last presentation is IST conference updated by Lucio Padilla, Junior.
That's the summer conference that so many of our staff went to.
Good evening, board members, board president, board members, superintendent, and staff. Behalf of all the participants to ISTE, the International Society for Technology and Education. We want to thank you for the opportunity to have attended. We were treated to internationally known authors such as Sir Kay Robinson, Dr. Yang Zhao, and Mr. Alan November. And I know you've read many of the positive comments from teachers already, so my purpose here tonight is to provide a brief presentation on some of the things that have occurred since ISTE. And to my knowledge, some of the things that have already occurred since ISTE. At our site, our participating teachers have had the opportunity to train the rest of our staff, and I'll go briefly through that list. We had Ms. Esquer, Ms. Santana, and Ms. Rocamora provided training on iPads apps focused on vocabulary and math. Ms. Teran made a presentation on Google Forms and how to create your Google form to a tiny URL. We had Ms. Chaitis present on Google Earth. We had Ms. Gamboa present on QR codes. I presented on a training I took on Photoshop and my plans to teach that to a group of students. My presentation that I attended on 21st century skills. Also very interesting, 3 years ago I had an interest in acquiring a program to facilitate administrative tasks, which I was not able to acquire because it cost $6,000. I learned how to do it for free, my own custom program, so
Nice.
very, very excited and happy about that. Ms. Hurtado and Ms. Montaño presented on Edmodo. Edmodo is a protected social network environment designed for education and designed to foster collaboration. We had already piloted that last year at a small scale. They provided training for the whole staff, and it's been very exciting because Edmodo has been one of those real cool programs in technology that I think is very powerful, and I've seen it expand across the district. Some examples, I know Mr. Eliseo Cerros has created an Edmodo account titled CUSD Technology Resources. I know right now there's at least 20 Calexico staff members on it, and I got to thank Eliseo. He does a great job of every time he finds something that's real nice, real cool to share, he sends it out to everyone, and everybody receives it via Edmodo, and people can make comments. I know, talking to Mr. Gonzalez earlier today, I know that they began implementation on Edmodo at Enrique Camarena this year, and I know that he expressed how excited he was about some other technology projects beyond Edmodo for this year. I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Arguelles, Fernando Arguelles, and I know Mr. Nunez are looking at a program called Mouse Savers and beginning implementation at Cesar Chavez that I'm keeping an eye on and seeing how their success with that program. And really, the sentiment across the teachers that it went, in my opinion, has been that they were really blown away with the power of technology and what it can do to enhance instruction. Some of the comments that I heard was, you know what, I can't believe you can do all of this. I can't believe you can teach and provide such a rich teaching experience for students, and they weren't even aware of some of the things that are out there that even existed. And I think the sentiment across the district is that they're anxious to acquire an experience and increase access of technology for themselves and for their students, and they're ready to test out some of those skills that they learned at the conference.
That's good.
Okay. Thank you.
So we did read a lot of those comments. They were great. And it was a good experience, and hopefully we can bring that technology into the classroom. Has your staff been able to go to the other sites and teach the other teachers that didn't attend?
I know they haven't had an opportunity to go to the other sites, but I would be willing myself, especially in the area of iPads, I'd be willing to provide trainings for other members at other sites once they begin to acquire equipment. And I'm sure some of the members would be willing to if not all, would be willing to provide trainings for other staff members. And I know for sure they'd be more than willing to share. I think Edmodo can be, again, real powerful tool for that. But I feel very confident in fluent with the iPad, and I'd be more than willing to be available to provide trainings for other staffs. And I have good contacts to Alan Phillips came and did a training for my staff, and I could have done it, but Alan just does. I mean, he came and did it for free, and I mean, he just does an awesome job. I mean, he's great.
Okay, maybe put it for or consider hosting or doing a conference by those people who are participating, some of those people you've identified that they presented at that conference. Have them present for our district, maybe hosting, we could host an internal conference, so that more of our teachers can be exposed where they can do, not only get a presentation, but do the hands-on.
And a real key component of that, and I think it's wonderful, the real key component is increasing that access to technology, because a lot of the feeling was, you know what, this is great, I love it, but I can't do it if I don't have it. And so definitely I wouldn't recommend anybody acquiring it if there's not going to be the support and the training behind it. But I think what really happened at ISTE was it really opened the eyes and desire to have that increase to access to technology. It's going to be real important. But once the technology is here, I think we can definitely facilitate a lot to provide that ongoing support for teachers to do real amazing things in the classroom.
Okay, Mr. Fagelli. I believe I was mentioning several times about retraining teachers. And we take a conference, but after that, they say so many good things, and we never retraining to ourselves. And I believe that we can spend money on the staff develop fund to train the teachers. Even some classified employees they want to attend it, we might can spend that. And on Saturday session, we can pay them. Then we can increase. We can have more people get trained.
That's what I said.
That's always a possibility. The only negative factor, the only downside, is some of these presenters, like Mr. Padilla is sharing with you, are very expensive.
No, I'm talking about ourselves.
Our staff.
Yes,
our
ourselves.
staff.
Our
Staff
staff.
trainings.
And like I mentioned, some of that.
And that's where we're headed.
Some of that has already began to occur, and again, just the key thing is a lot of it is really that access to it. I mean,
but not the only. Sorry, not only for the school side. It's like we from the district wide. So even we put some school on Saturday, we invite all the staff, all the employees, including a classified employee, to get there. If we have a possible to pay the staff, the classified employees through the staff development fund, let's do it. That's a categorical fund, doesn't encroach any general fund for us. And same time, we train our employees. Maybe they are not in that line this time, but we never know. They are ready for something to come. They can be good.
If I might
We'll
add,
definitely be looking into that.
Yes, please.
if I might add something else, I know that one of our academic support teacher, she learned how to do the Google Forms from one of the other presentations from our teacher. And I know at our school side, we're always real responsible at maintaining our drops and our additions of students. And she customized a Google form and provided it for our secretary, where it's going to be linked to everybody in the office staff. So anytime a student drops and adds, and I know it's not an instructional piece, but she saw the potential of it to facilitate a single spreadsheet that be shared among everybody to keep track and everybody on note on additions and subtractions of students, which for things such as ordering CST tests and CELT tests and so forth is crucial. So it's all real positive there in involving one of our classified members today.
So we can use our person who was attend the conference, then self-training with the staff development fund on one of the Saturday. So we don't bothering any teaching hours. So I think we're going to have lots of win-win position for everybody's.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Padilla. Next item F, discussion, Family Resource Center. On this one?
The conference?
On item E. Okay, Mr. Ordonez.
Good evening. My name is Raul Ureña. I'm a sophomore at Calexico High School. And I came here to comment today on the lunchtime at Calexico High School. I'd like to piggyback on Mr. Pesqueira's position that the library is never open. Usually I want to get my work done. I like to get ahead, but there's never a cool, quiet place to get my work done. But usually I check every day to see if the library is open, and there's always the same sign, video games from 6 to 8 p.m. Except yesterday there was a sign that said, sorry, no video games today, and a little sad face. I don't understand the logic of having the library open for something like video games. and shutting the door on people like me who have a genuine interest in getting my schoolwork done. I hope the board and Mr. Pesqueira can sit down and find a solution to this. I'd also like to comment on Mr. Padilla's Edmodo comments. 3 of my teachers use Edmodo. I love it. It's modeled after Facebook, so like all the students are very familiar with it already. There's apps for smartphones that students can use. There's tablet apps, and even the ancient computers our teachers use can run it, apparently. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, discussion on Family Resource Center.
That would a request by Mr. Romo. You wanted to discuss the possibilities of assisting our staff at the Family Resource Center.
Yeah. We need the presentation for the absences for all Calexico Unified School District. Is Hortensia here? No?
Mrs. Almandati?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
For the absences for all Calexico Unified School District for the last 2 years or 2 years.
I've submitted all the data to Mr. Fergali. What was it, maybe a week, 2 weeks ago? But
Yeah.
I'm more than willing. Last time I was here, I said that I'm more than willing to do a presentation on what our attendance looks like for the last 2-3 years. Just tell me what you want and I'll do it.
Is possible one presentation for the last 5 years for Calexico Unified School District for all the schools? In the next meeting?
For the next,
5 years? For the last
we
5 years?
we can work on that. Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Maybe include 5 years, but incorporate 5 years, but like 3 years on.
Access,
more
I
specific
have.
access.
I have access to 3 years or 2 years
No,
on
I
Synergy
received only
or
for 2
Genesis.
years, yeah.
But I could sit down with someone. I don't know
Yeah.
who here would be able to help me. Probably they'll be able to help me just with percentages.
That's
and
that
I-
would probably be
for the-
Caroline, because she and Eugenio might be able to help you with
Or
the
Mrs.
computer.
Callan? No?
Who?
Mrs. Callan?
Mrs. Callan doesn't take care of.
You're.
Well,
She
it's going to
might-
be difficult because it used to be SIS before, and now it's Genesis. So,
So Genesis, I can do Genesis.
I
I mean, I
mean-
can do it on my own. And percentages, I probably can get from Caroline.
correct.
So tell me exactly what you need. You want a comparison of attendance for the
I think
district
there's
as
I think
total,
there's a concern
sites,
about the lack of attendance.
big concern.
And I know we've been, I know you in particular have been working very hard, and that we've made some progress. Last year we gained about, we're at about 94.5%, 95% attendance, and I think we grew at about up to about almost 96, which is very reasonable. Now we always want 100%, but the attendance accounting has changed over the years. In the old days, you had unexcused and excused absences. Several years ago, they changed and made a formula, and any absence counts as an absence. So even if we're talking 95% of that other 5%, for example, most of those are probably legal absences, but they're still counted as an absence, and that's what we can try to distinguish between the two, and that might be more difficult. We'll work on that.
And I think what I would like to see is habitual students that are being absent, because if they're absent once or twice a week, we need to address that issue.
And we
And
have
that-
those numbers. We have those numbers. It's students start first with 3 unexcused. That's true, and then it jumps to habitual, and then it becomes chronic. But I have all of those numbers. For sure, I can get you the 2 years that we've had Synergy. I have access to that, and the other years from the past, I can give you percentages. But I can break down. I can break them down by codes. That's I think you received. Did you receive that? That attendance?
Yes.
I broke it down by codes.
Can you also include what strategies are being used to reduce the absenteeism?
interventions,
and,
okay.
and what the success rate has been on those strategies?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. For next time.
She'll
For
help
next
you.
time, please.
And I believe that several students they might having problems in their house or family matters, or sometimes some kids no house there.
There's a lot of problems that our students
So
go
I
through.
think we need to have also how many portion we have that, and try to find out what kind of the reaction we or support them to be able to keep their study come to school.
Okay.
And Hortensia, I wasn't here at the time when you made your FRC presentation of the different services that the office provides, you and Mrs. Bravo provide. But as I went back online
The
to
recording,
listen
that's
to
what
it, because I wanted to see what you had said, and I listened. And in reality, you did say, I want to come back and do an attendance
Yes, I do.
presentation
Mhm.
because the report didn't have anything into presentation. And that was one of my things is what are we doing for that? Because I know that the FRC was put in for resources centers, but also to take care of our attendance. And that is one of the things that we need to start first in order to start keeping the funds that we should have, because like Mr. Fagali says, any absence, there's no ADA.
That's right.
Regardless of if it's excuse or an excuse. So we need to make sure that these kids are coming, and if they're not, why is it? And that, I guess that's where your department comes
So
in.
I'll show you attendance data. I'll show you SARB hearing data, and I'll also talk to you about the different interventions that we've started.
Now, when we have suspensions, do we get ADA on that?
No.
Suspensions, no.
Only if they're in-house.
So
In-house, yes.
that's another thing that we need to work on. If we're
Perfect,
having
okay.
a lot of suspensions, you
Make
know.
it in school.
That's
Are we
why
just-
that's why we use the in-house suspension.
And that data included suspensions, the one that was forwarded to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hortensia, what is the connection with special education and this issue?
With
What is the
special
support
education,
for Family Resource Center, for special ed, but Mr. Padilla's and your program is similar for very problem in the students. And
maybe you're talking about, are you talking about the program that they just presented right
for
now?
your support in the Family Resource Center.
That's support for our students, yes. I mean, any support that we can have for our students, that's really good. You're probably thinking through behavioral health?
Yeah.
Well, you need to remember that behavioral health sees students maybe once a week, once a month, and it's not on a constant basis like this classroom would. It would be every day, all day.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
You do have on site though a psychiatrist or psychologist.
We have 2 psychiatrists, and we
Daily?
have 2 therapists,
For the county.
and about 4 or 5 case managers.
But
That's-
they're not all
that's
there
by
at the
the
same
county.
time.
For
That's
the
all
county,
behavioral
for the
health.
county, no?
All behavioral health, yes.
This is the other department.
Yes, behavioral health. Had a question, Ms.
Any
Aguilar?
other questions?
No.
You know, I just one comment. I'd like to take this opportunity and time to thank you, Ms. Armendariz and Ms. Bravo, for all the work that you do at FRC. There's been some really, really difficult situations that you handled them very admirably, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank
And you know what, yes, and thank you, Mrs. Bravo, there too. And you're probably mentioning the Nuno family. We've lost a 9-year-old girl, so I would think it's appropriate that we have at least 1 minute of silence for her.
Okay.
And to let you know that services for Andrea Nuno are on Monday from 6 to 9, and Mass is Tuesday at 9 in the morning.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Entonces, le manda, ¿no?
Before we move to item G, we will be taking a 2-minute break.
Thank you very much.
Okay. When we come back, when we come back, we'll do that.
2 minutes.
If everybody can please stand for a moment of silence for Nuno family. As you know, their house was on fire and they lost one of their 6 children. And so if we can, everybody stand and have a moment of silence. Thank you. Moving on to public comments, Mr. Fergali.
All persons are encouraged to attend and participate in meetings of the Calexico Unified School District Board of Trustees. Please fill out the form available at the door and submit it to the Secretary of the Superintendent. Your comments will be heard with no action taken under the designated section of this agenda. Public comments will be limited to 10 minutes total, and each board member will limit his or her comments to 3 minutes. For the record, state your name, title, whom you represent, and the agenda item you are addressing. You are not allowed to make personal attacks on individuals or make comments which are slanderous or which may invade an individual's personal privacy. The district will not respond to your comments at this time. Your questions, concerns, and/or input will be referred to the appropriate department.
Thank you, Mr. Fergali. First speaker, Erica Martin.
Hello, I'm Erica Martin, and I'm here representing Kennedy Gardens, kind of like the kinder section. The reason why I'm here is because the main one is the playground. The kindergartens have 3 swings for over 100 kids. They have a seesaw, and they have a balance beam. Oh, and a little monument thingy where they climb. The swings, I can't use them most of the time because there's mud. There's dirt, and the watering interferes with the play area because when I guess they overwater it, or I don't know, but it's always muddy, so they can't use it. The slope where there's like the blacktop or whatever, it's very old. It's like, if you've seen the abandoned parking lot across Kennedy Gardens, that's the area where our kids play. Used to add a little bit of gravel. Yesterday, or the day before, a little girl fell. They had to actually take out little rocks off her hand. This is a safety hazard. I mean, you have over 100 kids playing in that area. There's nothing for them to do. So what's going to happen? I mean, we need this fixed. The other thing I needed to address was we got a new principal. My daughter was out sick for 1 day. The next week, there's a new principal. Up to now, I don't know the name. She was not introduced to us. And I'm not blaming a specific person. I'm just saying, the lack of communication. I mentioned to Mr. Fergali about this, that I am a parent that likes to be informed, especially about my daughter's school. Like, for example, today she goes, "Mommy, they told me the shirt I'm wearing is not a uniform." She was wearing a shirt that it's, those that look like it has a vest, like if, it's a button blouse, and it looks like it has a vest on top, but in reality it's all attached.
It's attached.
Well, she was told it was not a uniform thing. Well, it has a white color, it has the buttons, and it has a white part on the bottom. The little vest section, it was pink, and it had Hello Kitty on it. Big deal. If I put a polo shirt on her and I put a vest, it looks exactly the same. But she's not going to be cooking in 100-degree weather. So, and the other thing was, okay, the principal came in, introduced herself to the kids. But then she told the kids about the uniform, that they cannot be wearing blue shirts, that they can. So I have my nephew there that he's very sensitive. He didn't want to go to school. He was scared, and he kept on thinking that they kept on thinking that it was they did something wrong, and like she just told me right now, she felt like they hurt her feelings. These are kindergarteners. They're elementary kids that you're talking to. If you have something to address it to the parents, please. Send me a notice. I'll read everything. I'm very active. Please do not address it to my child.
And you're right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fagali, can you look into that, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you look into that?
Can you look
Thank you.
that?
Okay,
Yes. Oh,
Ms. Martin. What I heard about Kennedy Garden Day had a fundraising in the last couple of years about the playground. Where is the money?
I don't know. Good question. I know, but I don't have proof.
So you don't have proof.
Next speaker, Mrs. Bravo. Thank you. D1. Do you want to address all of them at once or?
No.
Okay.
Good evening. Maria Bravo, CSCA chapter number 399 president. Today action number, actually, I don't know if it's a resolution or item. Can I read? Okay. D1, the superintendent's proposal on the contract agreement. It's not a popular choice, but it's here before you tonight. And more than likely you will take a vote. All I can say is that CSCA has had a good working relationship with Mr. Fergali. I have the floor, people, so please respect me. Like I was saying, we have a good working relationship. There is good communication. We have a great dialogue between the superintendent and CSCA. We don't always agree. That is a fact. We fight tooth and nail. Yes, that is true. I bring out all the time the contract and I state to Mr. Fergali, you're in violation of this or you're in violation of that. And sometimes I may refuse to negotiate some items such like schedules, change of schedules. Why? Because I want certain things to be dealt with. But nevertheless, we continue to dialogue on other items, which is great. Now with this new legislature, this will trigger, and keep in mind, this will trigger a lot of prospective candidates to come into this district and apply for the same amount of salary that Mr. Fergali is getting, plus what he's asking, or more. Keep that in mind, because anyone who comes in here will ask the same amount or more. I wasn't aware, because I never asked for the contract, that Mr. Fergali had dealt with the district board on what his salary was and what his compensation. So when I started reading this and saw what everything Dr. Luna was making and not working for that money because she delegated everything. So I thought, it's not so bad. Think about it. He waived his health and welfare benefits last year. He's thinking of doing the same this year. That is at least a savings of $27,000. And he's asking for $30,000. Keep that in mind. And like I was stating, future candidates will ask the same amount or more. And with this new legislature that is in effect, more than likely a new superintendent will ask about $220,000 to $250,000. Why? Because the district can no longer afford to hire a retired administrator. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ashley Reitzma.
I wore my heels today, so I have a few handouts to pass out before you start my time.
He was before me, by the way. I know.
Well, it's because
But it is the G. Oh, it was, we were having comments and requirements.
well, then just slip them all in then. Uh-huh.
Why don't we let him finish?
No, well, she's already started her presentation.
Just so you know, Mr. Duarte yesterday said I could, quote, tell you all, the board, whatever I wanted to. So I may go a bit over time because he said I could. But I do have 2 incidents to tell you about as a parent. My name is Ashley Reitzma. I have twins Wyatt and Wesley Reitzma, who are supposed to be transported by Calexico Unified School District. The first incident took place on August 27th, 2012. And like most parents on that day, I was getting my twins ready for their first day of school. Like a responsible parent, I called transportation to ask Judy on Friday what time the bus would be picking them up Monday morning. It was a good thing I did too, because they had the wrong pickup and drop-off address listed for them. Judy told me 10:30, and I had them ready with their backpacks and lunches packed. 10:30 came, 10:30 went. 10:45 came, 10:45 went. By 11 o'clock in the morning, my autistic twins have a schedule completely removed from what they were getting themselves used to already. I called transportation. A gentleman, and I use the term loosely, answered the phone. He told me, "Oh, I'm sorry. We're not transporting to IVCEC today." I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "Well, you see, we didn't know that there was a minimum day today and that their schedule was different. So about 15 kids from Calexico didn't make it to school on their first day of school." I spoke to Judy. Judy claims that she never received an email from IVCEC stating there was a minimum day. I will include a copy of the schedule and email that was sent to Judy the week before school was to start. I spoke to Mr. Duarte, who used an excuse of, "Oh, this is new to us, Ms. Reitzma." That's just the first incident I have to discuss. So my twins will never be able to make up their first day of school. You talk about attendance as an issue? That was this district's issue. The second incident I need to discuss with you took place Tuesday of this week. 3 p.m., I get a call from my kid's father, who never calls me ever, unless it's an emergency. He says, El Centro Transportation just called him because Calexico's bus driver refuses to transport my sons from school. Like I said, I'm going to take some time.
Ms. Rice, I'm going to give you 2 minutes because we have a lot of speakers tonight.
Okay. No,
2 more
I'm
minutes.
just letting you know that I'm building a case against you for discrimination.
And that is fine. You take it to the proper channels, but right now I'm giving
I
you
am.
2 minutes.
You are the first proper channel before that is. So as I was saying, before I could even get off the phone with him, the teacher calls me. And board members, I will tell you, my twins were in the main office, and I could hear them on the phone screaming and crying. The bus driver told the kid's teacher that he refuses to transport my sons because they were to be with their dad that day. Even though I explicitly told him Tuesday to pick my kids up and drop them off, and I will see you tomorrow, which would be Wednesday. Before I could get off the phone with the teacher, Mr. Duarte decides to call me. And he says, "Where are your kids supposed to be?" By this time, I have heard both of my kids screaming upset in the office. I have a confused teacher. And I have autistic twins who again have their routine thrown off. At this point, I tell Mr. Duarte he had better get my kids on that bus and home safely. To which he responds, he doesn't respond, I'm sorry that we made the mistake, Mrs. Reitzma. I am sorry that our bus driver had a miscommunication. He tells me, don't talk to me that way. I don't care how he feels about me as a person or as a teacher. When he has my kids and his safety, he will respect me as a parent, and he will keep my kids safe. My solution to this incompetency has been to do all of transportation's paperwork for them. All of you have gotten schedules in front of all of these witnesses as to when my kids are to be on the Calexico bus and when they are not to be on the Calexico bus. You have a schedule for September and October.
Thank you, Ms. Reitzma. Your 2 minutes are up. Mr. Chad Cooper?
I think the parents of this district should get at least as many minutes as the copy man, but that's just my opinion. The front of your agenda says that all presentations, the presenter will limit his or her presentation to 5 minutes, and that's waived sometimes for me, but never to 30, 40-minute presentations. And if we want to talk about Xerox Special Ed, which was very interesting, Calexico High School lunch, which was also sincerely interesting, and ISTE, I think we got to have special study sessions for the school board where no action will be taken, and we can spend a lot of time talking about these important issues. But to start the actual board meeting 2 hours approximately after the scheduled time, when there's hot button issues on the agenda, is disrespectful, whether it's intentional or non-intentional. So that preempts 53 seconds of what I was going to say, but that's okay. There's still classes of 40 plus at the elementary and secondary levels. I want everyone to know that. I want to say that the school district has been working towards doing what most school districts did in July and August, and that's to adequately staff most of the classrooms. 10% into the school year, approximately. So we still have a lot of progress to make there. Technology among teachers will spread like wildfire when we're given the tools. Hate to be selfish, but my school, we never got laptops, ever. And we have one computer in the room. And I sarcastically tell my 8th graders that my first grade classroom 25 years ago had more technology in it than their classroom today. And the price of a PC is about 10% of the price back then. So I know the board said earlier that you need to see what the minimum level of tech is, and let's work towards there. At my school, speaking of students, there's a routine bulletin announcement, what to do when we run out of salad. So I know that because I read it to the students every day. So I believe someone in the chain of command needs to provide more salad because, sincerely, the First Ladies Michelle Obama's put a lot of attention on fitness, exercise, and diet, and we need to catch up to the times, technology and food-wise. I want to say inclusion. Mr. McFadden's presentation, Mr. Padilla's presentation, speak to me. As a public school teacher, I want to educate them all. I don't want to warehouse them. It's sad, but many of our students will eventually be warehoused. Out of 9,000, a few of them will end up in prison. Right now, we need to try to stop that. When you fill up our classrooms to the brim, it doesn't allow us to include special education students in a meaningful way. I like having special education students in my class, and I believe it's important because they're going to face the quote-unquote real world when they're 18, and an IEP will probably not follow them around. They need skills. How do they get those skills? By dealing with other students. So there's a lot of important issues. I'm concerned that it doesn't make the school board look good, and I'm not blaming you, but this presentation, this vote on the the superintendent's salary, it's probably going to happen in the wee hours of the day, or it's going to be rescheduled to a meeting that we don't have blacked out in our calendar, or blocked out, excuse me. So please act carefully so we can maintain the public trust that we're starting to build here. And let's get these presentations under control, because it's not fair to give salesmen more time than parents and teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. So we will be mind of the time. Ciro Calderon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ciro Calderon. I'm a school counselor at Desert Mirage High School, and I'm here to talk about some issues that, to be honest with you, concern me, and concern me a lot as a member of this community. Recently, for the past 2 or 3 months, I've been hearing a lot of no's. No, we can't do that. No, we don't have the money. No, we don't have the necessary tools to do this, to do that. However, I look at some of the items here, okay? Starting with Mr. Sfragali proposed a raise, okay? Building or improving the pool, okay? Now, how can we say, or how can the school district say that there's no money to bring back those teachers? To bring back those teachers that have been, that were laid off, okay? When we have items here that will take money, okay? So I know some of you guys will say, well, there's no money, there's no means to get around that. Okay, yes, it can be done. There's ways around that. Okay, why? Because my school did it. Okay, we were in exactly the same position as Calexico Unified is right now about 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, we were in exactly the same position. Okay, the board wasn't cooperating with the union, which I'm part of the union over there. Okay, the board would not listen to the union, and what happened? A new board was selected. Okay, with a new board, everything, I'm not saying that everything is peachy, because it's never going to be peachy. Okay, but they're working together now. Okay, now you're saying, well, we have under closed session, we have here we have all positions included in certificated and classified employment reports. Okay. Well, if you are going to hire back more teachers, if you knew that this was going to happen, that you needed to hire back those teachers, why did you rev those teachers to begin with? Why are you waiting until now, which is the 4th week of school? Why are you waiting until now to do this? Okay. You got more important things to do? Is that what you're using the money for? Okay, so I don't think so. I don't think so. And if you cannot, if you will not, or if you're not willing to do the job, which is to serve our kids, to serve our community, then I suggest that you guys resign and let other people that are willing to take the job get in and work with the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Ben Horton.
Thank you, this distinguished board, superintendent, and staff. I come up here with Mr. Cuevas to give our support in reference to Mr. Fergali, in reference to D, I believe, item 1. And why do I say that? Is you can look at his performance. You don't have to say anything about what has happened, but just look at his performance. Look what he has done for this district and where he has brought it. One of the people from the union talked about what he has given up in the savings in reference to for this district. And all you have to do is see what his performance is. I like the man. Every time I have had when I needed to talk to him, he was there. And I think that, I know it's tough times, and sometimes you have to understand what you have to do. But one of the things I might point out is nothing can take the place of experience. And I would say that throughout this whole valley, and I mean the educational part of the valley, there's no one more, let's say, qualified than Mr. Fagali is. His experience, his know-how, his ability to make decisions without having to look him up or talk counseling or whatever. One person talked about his predecessor, and I'm sure we can look at what the predecessor gave us and the situation that the person, I don't like using name, put us into, and what he has brought us out from. Sometimes I think to myself, when I was, time's up, or, okay, then time is up. I have said what I had to say. It says 1:10, but
Did
I
you
guess,
put it for 3 minutes? Yeah. Okay.
well, there we go. We got the 3 minutes there.
Well, you can't have 3 minutes, Mr. Horton. But just finish your
Well, what I'm just saying is, I'm using a key word. Look at the performance, and the performance speaks for itself. I mean, in your ability to make the decision, you'll go with that. I'll turn it over to Mr. Cuevas. He'll get his 3 minutes. He has a note on that part too.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Horton. And good evening, everybody.
Good evening,
I just want to say that I personally support Mr. Horton's statements on Mr. Fregali. I look at continuity. Continuity is very important in this district. And I hate to see an alternative where we go back to having administrations that we've had in the past. And I really feel in support of Mr. Fregali. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas. Annette Butner.
Good evening. My name is Annette Butner, parent here at the school district, and I'm here to talk about D1, Mr. Fregali's raise, and I have to disagree with Mr. Horton and Mr. Cuevas. I do not minimize at all the work that Mr. Fregali has done. I know he's been working hard, but to give him a raise right now was just wrong. It's wrong. If we were, at a time with a financial growth, and if we had money, sure, but that would make it like $50,000 in a year, because he just got a raise about 7 months ago. So for the year 2012, you give him another raise. That's like $50,000, $30,000 plus the $20,000 that you guys approved, like in March, February, whenever that was. So no, this is not the right time to do it. And you guys, you're going to lose credibility in approving this, because you're saying that if you give him a raise, and that means we do have money. So if we do have money, then why fire all the teachers you just fired? And why are we so strapped for money, and yet we have money to give raises? Come on. You're going to lose credibility. And for the two of you that are running to be reelected, this is not the time to be voting for raises. You need to be in solidarity with the teachers you fired and the students that you are impacting. Because I don't know if you really understand the negative impact that you are having on our children. So please do not approve this raise.
Thank you. Mr. Will Slater.
Will Slater, ninth grade academy. It's high school. I have a couple things here I want to address real quick. I did tell you in the last year that I'd be back when you guys laid off all those teachers, to let you know just what a wonderful job things are taking place around the schools with all these teachers not there. You can see that the high school students, we have kids that are not placed in the proper placements yet, that they're still in study halls. We just hired 11 elementary school teachers to take the place. We are 4 weeks into the school year. We have, I know at the extended campus, We've got a couple classes that are sitting with substitutes in them. We have at the high school, they're looking at 2 extended contracts, yada, 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 with the overages. Okay? It's not working. 4 weeks into the school year, this is not acceptable. Thank God my kids aren't in that program, because if they were, you'd be, Mr. Fergali, you'd like me even less in your office than you already do. I think enough can be said on that, but and one of the things that's not working on it is because the principals and the administrators we have working on this, one counselor is not enough. Okay? It's not your idea with getting rid of the counselors was not one of your more stellar ideas. And that'll really come back. We see it now with this, but when it comes back to graduation, our kids, seniors, are trying to go on to colleges, I think that's what we're here for, to push them on above and beyond. You're going to really see the failure of what we've been doing. Next thing is, and I'm just going to hit this real quick, the forensics audit. I haven't seen that's come through, except for a quick note that Mr. Fergali made. I know it came through, and there was several things that it indicated that we needed to go to the next level with that forensics audit. And I think we need to go with that. I think if we look around the county with some of the stuff that's happened in our neighboring El Centro, with some of the things with school administration when there's lots of money, and it was noted in our audit last year that we had 39 irregularities in our audit last year, when 2 and 3 and 4 is a lot. We had 39. I think that we need to go back and look, because I'm not saying we're doing bad things now, but if those things were present now, that they were taken advantage of later. And in reference to our previous superintendents, there were bottom feeders. And I expect bad things to become about, because it was indicated in that audit report that there were things in there that need to be investigated. I think we need to investigate. Dealing with another thing, I noticed that we haven't made any attorney payments in 6 months. Last year, when I made a couple presentations on our attorneys, the way we pay them and the amount that we pay them, if we're 6 months behind, what are we not paying? And are we not paying that because we're trying to stack the budget one way or the other so that we can show that our attorney fees aren't as high this year, that we're not using our attorneys? And I don't think we believe that. I want to see our attorney gone. This attorney, I think Mr. Fergali would be a much better superintendent if he didn't have him sitting around. And we do have money. We ended the year with $9.3 million. I think that's what the paper said. So all the discrepancies that we talked about, budgets and all the deficits and this and money floating here and here, we ended the money $9.3 million. Someplace something wasn't true.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. Quetzalí Ruiz.
I would try in English. Good evening. My name is Quetzalí Ruiz. I am mom from Blind Child School. But I'm here because my daughter was moved from five grade to mixed 6th grade group. And since the last week I went to she was unhappy about that. I'm asked to the office. They say it was because it's not a place for all the 5th grade groups. It's too many students. I went to the principal today. She gave me all the information why, and she did the best, and she explained to us, like it's this district say that or take that decision for all that 5th grade students. And I talked with the teacher too, and we talk about my daughter is not happy about that. They say it's nothing to do about that. It's not a place for her now in 5th grade. My daughter don't want to be in a mixed group with 6th grades. I know it was something better for her. They was supposed to ask us if we want and if she wants. And nobody asked or told us that she was moved to the other group. And it's because it's not money for teachers. And I know 2nd and 3rd grade was a mixed group too. It's like 15 students in 6th grade. So we need more teachers. I see other people ask like, what is the money about? But teacher is really necessary. The most important thing is the students. And my daughter is really sad about that, and we are not agree about it. I think we have rights to decide if we want to be in that kind of class or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Ciro Calderon again. Did you fill out two different ones? Okay, thank you. Carla Magallanes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Carla Magallanes. I teach at Calexico High School, English. This is one of the worst beginnings of the school year. Number one, this year is the year where Calexico High School is producing the least college-driven students. Students cannot be offered A to G courses due to lack of teachers. Number two, I'm also afraid to see how many of them will graduate this year because of lack of preparation and courses offered because there are no teachers. Number three, X amount of students started with study hall classes, aka a waste of time class. The biggest class was 70 or 65 students. Then those students were sent to other electives courses that were not necessarily A through G, again because of lack of teachers. Number four, X amount of students want to be student aides, not an A through G course. It seems to me like the high school is only providing courses for students, but not producing college-driven students. Number five, there are classes with substitutes with teachers' names who don't even possess a credential to be in a class. Is that legal? I'm asking because I don't know. The class I was subbing for belonged to John Patino, the proctor. What's going on? Number six, there are overcrowded classes due to lack of teachers. Mine is an example. I have 41 students. Right now it's 40. Okay, it went down. My overage is 25. I've been like this since the beginning of the year. So to summarize, overcrowded classes, non-college driven students, classes with substitutes where no learning is taking place with strange teacher names, laid off teachers are not being called back where they are needed. And how do we solve those issues? With money. Do we have it? Should the superintendent, Mr. Fergali, get a raise? Everything is being solved slowly, but it wouldn't be an issue if we had all the necessary teachers since the first day.
Thank you. Raul Ureña, father or son? Item D1, superintendent's. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, good evening.
Okay, my comment today is about the superintendent's salary increase. When I heard the news, well, let me do something else. First, I have a question. Why the other districts are doing well? Is because they have a good management, the administration is good over there, the board members are good over there? That's a question. When I heard the news that a couple of weeks ago that Mr. Fregal was going to retire, it made me think that Calexico had a very good opportunity to hire a person with a better capacity to solve this district's problem. But now he decides to stay. I say to you, Mr. Fregali, I should retire. Let someone else with a better capacity run this business. The situation is getting more chaotic every day. I hear my son complaining every day. No library, too many students, no books, no material. I asked the school board to please listen and understand to the voice of the community. We need to bring someone that has the same feeling that we have for this city. Because everything that is happened to this school district affects the city economy somehow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Asiad Mohammed.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'd like to congratulate Mr. Vesquera. I think he deserves it. And I'd like to welcome the new principal to Kennedy Garden, which I don't know her name yet, but I will. There's a few issues here. I think the freeze need to be, implemented for everybody in the district. There is no money. There is no money. I mean, we fired so many teachers, and here we are paying the consequences for crowded classes. Substitute, I don't think substitute can do the job of credential teacher. We need to fix the district pool. I mean, this summer it was hell. You know what hell? The kids are suffering so much, there is no place to go. And this community is a poor community. This money can do a lot for fixing the pool and get the kids some activity. We need to reduce the class size and keep it where they can learn, not just sitting and behavior problem like teachers are talking. We need to implement a rewarding for students of the month, for principal of the month, teacher of the month, and classified of the month. Everybody need to be motivated. This is how, at least paper, we're not giving money, just a piece of paper, it gives them some motivation. We need to implement mandatory drug testing. We are in the best environment for drugs here. I want to know how many kids in our schools taking whatever. I don't see it. It's working. We need to apply for money for programs. I remember with Miss Durazo, we applied for Bill Gates Foundation and said, oh, please apply. But it has to come from the district. And I asked Mr. Alvarez. He said, no, we don't need it. We didn't need it. I applied for 7 companies on myself and asking for 150 computer. So far, I have 1 reply, but it's for next year. I'm not asking for anything from anybody, but I believe in the kids' ability. They need it. And I hope we get it. We need security at the school site, at the junior and the high school. We need officer at all time, and I think we can apply for the state and the federal funds to help us with this if there is money there to keep our kids from buying drugs or selling drugs. And there is a lot of these kids, and thanks to the lords in Mexico, they shipping it to here. We need to eliminate the junk food that we have in the school. A lot of the kids say, oh, Dad, oh, this. We are not eating. We come in hungry. This junk. And I see it every day. Most of the money is in the trash. When I go to school, I see the kids, they take their tray, throw it in the trash. This is a waste of money. So we need to really look at these things and reconsider this. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Asiad. Masen Al-Asari. Don't sit down, Mr. Al-Asari.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
I am Mazen Al-Azhari, a school board candidate. I don't think there in any raises at this time will be good. I believe the education safety, size of class, high performance of our children is first. We need more programs here in Calexico to keep our students ready for the futures. We need to work together, administrators, teachers, parents, and community together for the interest of achieving excellent generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Raúl Ureña. Junior, public comments.
Good evening. My name is Raul Ureña. I'm a sophomore at Calexico High School. Among the many problems in our school district, the fact that there are still substitute teachers that have been teaching since day one have caused a bunch of more problems. Besides the fact that starting school with subs is against the law, there are many practical problems that come along with them. I've had parents come up to me and tell me that, oh, the substitute, I couldn't get my child's grade because the substitute's there. I couldn't talk to my teacher to see how my kid's doing because the substitute's there. So we need to bring back the teachers now, not just 10, not just 20, all of them. Now, also, supplies within the schools aren't managed correctly. In my history class, my teacher ran out of toner about a week ago. We are 2 weeks behind because of the class sizes. They barely reduced them this week from 48 to 30, I think. And that she can't print out tests or assignments, so we're a couple weeks behind, so that causes problem. And then I come here to the district office and I see the brand new printers, the brand new computers that are given to administration, and what do we get? We're still having computers in the classroom that are running Windows XP. I mean, that thing came out 12 years ago. Administration should not be the top priority. Students should. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ureña, would you like to do D1 now? We've already been talking about D1, so you can go ahead and use another 3 minutes.
All right. Item D1 is about Mr. Fergali's $30,000 raise. He's supposed to get $5,000 every month for the rest of the school year, and I'm completely against this proposal. I remember I had a meeting with Mr. Fergali where he pointed out that our school district can't spend any money because the governor was forcing us to save money just in case the tax initiative didn't pass. This is a valid point, but it can be argued that we spend money on stuff like consultants and lawyers and excessive administrators. I don't understand why we spend money on that, and then we want to give a raise to Mr. Fergali because apparently his salary didn't match Miss Luna's salary, and it just has to match that. I think $160,000 is enough for you, for Mr. Fergali. There's many things in this school district that are going wrong, and I propose we fix those problems before even mentioning raises for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Bustamante.
Good evening. Board members, Superintendent Fergali, and staff and public. My name is Ben Bustamante. I'm the CSCA Labor Relations Representative representing classified employees here in Calexico Unified. It's a little bit awkward at this point because I don't believe that what I'm going to be speaking on has any business in the open session. The reason I'm doing it, though, is because Mr. Fergali issued a letter to the two people behind me, and I'll introduce them, letting us know that this could only be dealt with in open session. And after speaking with the two employees here, they agreed that they don't have a problem with it. So I'm going to continue with it. Again, it's a personnel issue, and which really has no business being dealt with in open session. The employees behind me, excuse me, Mrs. Retana, Cynthia Retana, has received the disciplinary charges and recommendation from the superintendent/scaly officer. She refutes and rebuts any and all of the charges being brought against her. We have a letter packet for the board for your review and consideration, and we ask that Cynthia Retana be reinstated back to her work site where she is needed. She will pass along the board packet to all the board members. at this point. And again, I hesitate in getting to specifics. This is certainly not the arena to do it. The other employee behind me is Monica Urrutia. She also has received the disciplinary packet and recommendation from the superintendent and the scaly officer regarding disciplinary action against her. She also refutes and denies all the charges being brought against her. We do have a packet, like I said, also for the board for your review and consideration. And we also ask that Monica Urrutia be reinstated back to her work site and as soon as possible. The next step, we're talking about saving money, and I thought about that as people are coming up and speaking on the podium. We're talking about saving money. The next step after this, folks, is, or honorable board members, is going to a full evidentiary hearing. You'll require a hearing officer. It costs money. You'll require attorneys to come in and represent the school district. And after that, you'll require, we will go to if you rule against us, we will go to the Personnel Commission, which again, you'll require an attorney and a hearing officer, and it all costs a lot of money. That's why we're here asking that these two employees be reinstated back to work. I also am going to pass out the next steps as far as what I just mentioned. Was that louder than the rest of them? Was that intentional?
No.
It was
None
Mr.
intended.
Fragale, that was you.
That was quite forceful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bustamante. Were you done, Mr. Bustamante?
Yes, I'm done. That was a big old noise like that. I'm done.
And it's duly noted it's highly irregular.
It is.
Well, discussion in open session.
Mr. Oscar Gonzalez.
I can't stand up, so I'm going to sit on my walker. Good evening, board members, public, staff.
Mr. Gonzalez, can you put the microphone a little bit? Yeah, there you go.
You know, the issue that I want to talk about is money over the future of our students or kids. I think it's a basic issue, and I hope that Mr. Fragale doesn't take it personal, don't make judgments, and don't make assumptions. What I'm going to say, I understand that I'm responsible for what I say, but I'm not responsible for what you understand that I say. So, without further ado, I was born and raised in Calexico, graduated with a proud class of 1966, graduated from Santa Barbara University of California, 1971, and I graduated with a master's in public administration from Cal State Northridge. That's what it was called then. At age 23, I became the youngest EOP director, Upward Bound Talent Search, and we had an inmates program. I got hired at Cal State Stanislaus. It's called differently. I lived there for 10 years with my wife, Jerry Gonzalez, who taught here, I think, for 28 years. She taught up there, too, and she taught at Heber, so she put in 37 years. I have a total of 40 years 25 years as an academic teacher and 25 years as a bureaucrat. I was the first affirmative action officer in 1975 with the County of Imperial, and I also taught at Allen Hancock Junior College, political science. I helped establish the Chicano Studies, Women, and Ethnic Studies at Cal State Stanislaus, and I taught there as a lecturer too. Under Linda McAllister, I taught 5 years, public policy, labor relations, etc. And I'm happy to say that I think the concern I have, and always have had, since 3 of my children graduated from here, they're all Bulldogs, academic excellence, safety, and security. You know, I think there's something rotten in Denmark. I think there's something rotten here at Calexico High School. The issue of $30,000 for the superintendent raises and reminds me of a story in Spain in the 1700s in a Spanish mission where a rat moved in and he discovered there was no food. And after living there a year, he was praying that they increased food, but eventually left. I think we have the same analogy here with the superintendent. He came to a poor district. He knew that we had a high unemployment. He knew that we had problems. Yet, let me know how much time I have left.
10 seconds.
Well, I'm totally against it. You have parents that are hungry, that are unemployed. That affects and translates to children, actually. So, in conclusion, I vote. I know Mrs. Romo's going to vote against it. I know Mr. Valenzuela, you're going to vote for the raise, and I know Norma and also Duarte.
Mr. Gonzalez.
No, I know, because that's
Mr.
the way you
Valenzuela.
voted.
Mr.
That's
Valenzuela.
the way you voted.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Gonzalez. Marisela Garcia.
Don't start my time yet. Okay. Hello, my name is Marisela Garcia. I'm a teacher at Jefferson. I've been teaching there for 18 years. And I am a Calexican at heart. I was born and raised here in Calexico. First of all, I've been present here several times, and I've told you about the venue. People are standing. We have 2-hour presentations, and people are standing outside. If we're going to have the same venue, and I know that during the summer many people didn't come, but right now everything's in session. People need to voice their opinions, and maybe we should put monitors outside and speakers so that people who are standing outside can listen to everything that's going on. First of all, that's my main point. Secondly, I'm talking about overcrowding in our classrooms. In our school, we have 4th grade classroom with 40 students, another one with 37, and others have averages. Now, my question to you is this. In 2 weeks, we're going to have deficiencies notices going out. What do those, well, now we have 2 teachers that came in yesterday. What do those teachers, what can they tell their parents about their students' progress if they're barely have been there? Now, deficiencies notices, where are schools at risk? How are we helping our students by having substitutes that are coming in and changing? We're at risk. Our school improved from my understanding. Yes, but what are we going to do to help our school continue progressing in other schools if we have we have teachers coming in and changing from one class to another? That's what I've been told in our school. Luckily, we have our teachers now, and we need to get rid of those overages. One more question. Before we went to the old the interim Jefferson, I told you we need a library. We need your help. It never happened, and yet I was told that it would happen. It never happened. We don't have a library here. I know that you're low in personnel, but I think that should be your priority because it was promised to our school for a while already, and it hasn't happened yet. My principal doesn't know that I'm here. Well, he knows now, but if he's here, he's here? Oh, he's here. So now he knows. And he didn't tell me. I just want a library in our school so that our students can be selecting their books and reading. Where's the other one? Okay. My classroom is clean one day, and one day it's clean, and the other day it's not. Alternating. And I understand that. But when we have a custodian who's absent, that classroom doesn't get cleaned. And if we have the same custodian absent, it doesn't get clean. So what do we do? How do we help? Does the principal have to go running around picking up trash? Does the teacher have to do it? Do we ask our kids nicely, hoping that they won't tell their parents? What is it that we do? How do we solve that problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Costa, would you like to speak now on your item or, yeah? I don't think you want to wait till 11 o'clock.
No, I don't.
Good evening, Mr. Fergali, board members, and staff. My name is Christina Costa, and I'm currently a laid-off teacher with Calexico Unified School District and a parent of 2 children who attend Cesar Chavez Elementary. Tonight I'm here to speak on behalf of Monica Urrutia, ACES Office Assistant. As the ACES District Coordinator from 2010 to 2012, I had the opportunity to work closely with Mrs. Urrutia in the ACES program. I consider myself to be a person of integrity, and I can say without any hesitation that Mrs. Urrutia is a trustworthy, assertive, and dedicated person that has always gone above and beyond for the ACES program. She is, in my opinion, an asset to the ACES program and very much needed, considering her knowledge of the ACES program and the ACES grant, and also due to the fact that once again, the Calexico Unified School District is starting without a permanent ACES district coordinator as of now. The position was tabled on August 12th, and there still has no decision been made. So we need someone there that knows something about the ACES grant. I would also like to say a few words about Cynthia Retana. Although I did not directly work with her, she was always very helpful to me regarding the ACES program when we had to submit time cards. She was always willing to, ask for clarifications. She was always willing to help me and assist me for the ACES program to ensure that my ACES staff members were getting paid on time and were getting paid correctly. So again, I would just like the board members to know that she was also a person who gave above and beyond and always promptly returned any issues or concerns that I had. And I would just like to end by saying that everyone makes mistakes. However, just because someone makes a mistake, it does not mean that they are dishonest. If that were the case, then everyone here in this room would be a dishonest person. And I can honestly say that I do not consider myself a person that is dishonest, just because I've made mistakes. And not just 1 or 2. I've made several mistakes in my lifetime. But I am not a dishonest person. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have some more comments, but they're on items. So I will call you up as we get to the item so we can move on with our agenda. Board members' comments? Ms. Aguilar?
A couple of meetings passed, I think right before or right after we started school. I brought it to this board's attention as well as administration about concerns out there in the community in regards to the standards, the fact that there are no there's different residency requirements or maybe not requirements, forms at the elementary and the middle and at the high school level. I have not seen anything on the agenda in regards to that as to whether changes have occurred and I'd like to for something, a report or an update in regards to that. The other point that I have is in terms of the forensic audit. There were some recommendations. Among them were the whistleblower line. That's something that we can implement, I believe, and it would go a long way towards preventing the type of abuses that took place in previously. So it's my request, and I would hope that the rest of the board would support that we start looking into creating that hotline or something like along those lines. The third thing that really disturbs me is along the lines of that we're providing a real disservice to our students at the high school level. Across the board, we're having difficulties, but it's really bothering me as a recruiter. I work for San Diego State, and not providing students with the necessary education and tools so that they can succeed at the university is not okay in my book, and we need to work on this immediately. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. Mrs. Romo?
Only it's possible for the next meeting during the presentations and before closed session? all presentation before closed session.
What do you mean? They are before closed session.
No,
I
after
think so.
closed session, excuse me, after closed session. All
Oh.
presentation for the.
So do you want to move closed session to
Yes.
the to?
After closed session, all presentation.
But that would be that.
I didn't.
I understand, but that would be that we would be making our presentations about 9, 10 o'clock at night.
I disagree respectfully, Madam President. I do agree with a suggestion that was made. If we designate one particular meeting where we hear presentations and since we're on the topic, do the student recognitions,
Mhm.
and so that we can take care of business. Expedite it. I don't know if that's a possibility.
So you want to stagger the presentations on the monthly basis. Well, remember, we're going to have the student of the month starting next month, I believe. So, okay, Mrs. Romo, we can.
And also,
see that.
I'm gonna echo that
Ho-
for the same issues. So Ms.
Okay.
Romo was saying, we should consider move the closed session up to the front, first meeting, just like the city does. 1 hour, we taking care of some of the issues important, especially when might involve with the parents or some the people come. They don't have to wait until last. We're taking care of important issues in case we have a lot. If we can finish by 1 hour, perfect. And then we give the 1 hour, and then we come back to the open session. If whatever left over, we finish by the end of it. We like the work is like a city
Okay.
does. That way, we have a more participation from the communities.
Then I agree with you in theory, Mr. Kim. I just I hope that you will continue to support it when we have questioning from the audience as to that they don't have the opportunity to speak to us regarding what we're going to discuss in closed session. I would.
I mean, though, they're gonna have a chance. Before we go to closed session, they're gonna have a chance to talk about the closed session.
So you're saying having public comments in front of
for the closed session.
Closed session. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Kim.
Okay. That's all.
I don't know. I mean, Mrs. Romo
So-
had the floor at the time.
So you want me to talk to me?
You want to
Okay.
continue?
First of all, I want to put next agenda. Any elected person at the school board cannot be hired school district 6 years, 1 month, plus 1 month, any job, any positions. Put on the agenda, please. I want to discuss for that.
Mr. Kim, can
Yeah.
you repeat that?
Yeah, I want to put on the agenda. The next agenda, next regular meeting, any elected person in school board, they cannot be hired after they cannot be hired after they finish their term, cannot be hired 6 years plus 1 month.
I don't understand what you're saying.
He's saying that, like for example, in theory, at the city, people who are city managers for a year after that, they can't go out be special lobbyists for
Hire, not the hire,
not
but
for
the
hire.
cities.
So what he's proposing is the similar that if somebody works,
Yes.
is elected a school board elected official, that for 6 years after they finish serving their terms, they cannot be employed by the school district.
In the before the 6 years, 1 month.
Oh, 6 years and 1 month.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, but I requesting to put that on the agenda.
Yeah, 6 years is a
Yes, you can vote
is
down
a
to
very
the-
big penalty for
Not the penalty.
serving.
So what I'm saying is
It's a penalty,
Okay,
Mr.
but
Kim.
not the penalizing. Just for the.
I'm not saying I'm going to come and ask for a job.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm trying to prevent to
I might.
building some compass system during the school board time, and then they come back to work.
No.
I believe we have to be fairly to the community.
Yeah.
At the school board member, they shouldn't be hired 6 months, 6 years plus 1 month. This is my request agenda. So You can vote down. But that's what I'm requesting.
I don't know. We would have to look into that, Mr. Kim, because I was a previous employee of this district, and if I want to come back, I would really like the
but
right to
yeah,
come
you,
to work
you can,
within
you can
6
vote down,
months,
say
6
yes
years.
or no.
Yeah.
You can vote down no, but I want to let this in the agenda. We can take the actions.
Okay, Mr. Valenzuela.
Okay, wait. I'm not finished yet. Okay. Our superintendent, this is my written statement. Our superintendent has a written contract with the Calexico Unified School District until 12-13 fiscal year. I do not know the superintendent's retirement compensation from his prior jobs, but I know the Calexico Unified School District is in poor fiscal health with overcrowded classroom and the shortage of the supplies for the children. Our parents, staff, and teachers are cash-strapped, and we have a lot of hardworking moms working for minimum wage in the valley. The starting teacher salary is lowest in the valley. What is the superintendent's pension? I do not know. But his annual salary is $162,000 plus benefit. I don't know, and our superintendent has a written signed contract. As a school board member, I listen to the community. We have to obligate our superintendent to honor the contract. When we not honor the contract, we got sued by employee or we got sued by some entity. We supposed to have honor the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Mr. Valenzuela?
Yes, I visited the high school yesterday and I did visit some classrooms.
I don't think
it's
you're-
on. I don't know why it's not working.
No.
And like I said, I did visit the high school and I did walk some classrooms with Mr. Pesqueira. And I did see one of the classrooms
There.
with overages. I addressed this last meeting, and we said we were going to balance our class sizes, and it's still 4 weeks into the school year, and we're still having the same issue. It wasn't nice walking into that classroom and seeing one particular classroom and seeing all these students in there. I think we're doing a disservice to our students, and I think we need to remain focused and help the high school as soon as possible, and other school sites. But I did get a chance to visit, that couple of classrooms there, and I urge you to continue to work on lowering the class sizes. That's all I have.
I also agree with my fellow board members here about the high school. We are doing a disservice. My daughter has 2 of the same classes, different names, but same class, same teacher, for 2 periods. And she is a senior, and I think she could use better credits than that. We are responsible for not having the classes that we have, but we did the layoffs for a reason. And now we're trying to fix it. I mean, I hear a lot of the comments saying, why did you fire people? We did not fire people. I want to get that clarified. They were laid off. There's a big difference between firing and layoff. And I would like to use the proper terminology as to layoffs instead of firing. But other things not related into the classroom, I think we need, a year and a half ago, we had an audit in food service. There was a lot of discrepancies in food service. I don't know if it's because it's considered an outside entity because it's not part of the general fund and has its own funding, but I don't like the way they are running their bids. They are not bringing them to this board to be put out to bid, approved. So now we have a situation with one of the companies. I did get a letter. The I guess it's the general sales manager wanted me to read it. I'm not going to read this letter, but we need to look into the practices of food service and any other bid that is going out. We need to know about these things, because when I get an email about something like this, it's really disturbing. Also, we had an email as to a parent putting in a complaint of teacher-student bullying. I did not get involved because that is your job, but I would like a report, this board, for you to make a report to this board as to what are your findings on that. Okay?
Before you
I
move
think
forward,
that's-
I just want to tell you that I also received that email, and I did contact a gentleman, and I redirected him to Mr. Fergali in terms of, because I think there is a serious lack of misunderstanding, and there needs to be further discussion.
Well, this
on
was a mother.
No,
a
I'm
female.
talking about in terms of the
bids?
The bids.
Okay.
I did make an effort to contact. I left messages both on his cell phone and his office.
Okay.
Also, this board received a letter this afternoon in regards to County of Education, opposing one of the items on here. And I don't know if it was a two-part letter. I really didn't make sense, but I think that we are back on the ship of ICOE wanting to steer this district, and I think they can't get over the fact that we do have control over it. So I just wanted to inform you and look into it and respond to the letter.
I was expecting a return call and did not get it.
Yeah, I wonder why. Anyways, moving on to item I, Superintendent's recommendation approval of each of the following items. Item 1, approve minutes of regular board meeting held on August 8, 2012, minutes of special board meeting held on August 12, 2012, and August 16, 2012, and August 30, 2012. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Mr. Valenzuela, seconded by Ms. Romo. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say
Aye.
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 No.
Okay, aye. Motion passes 4-1. Accounts payable, we have one speaker, Ms. Harvey. It's for this, right, Ms. Harvey? Warrants?
The warrants,
Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Diana Harvey, ACT. And I just want to point out to the board, because I get teased about this, but I follow this closely, that the attorneys have not billed for February, March, April, May, June, July, or August. That's 7 months worth of service. They did bill twice for October, and I'm at 2 different times, so I'm not sure what that was all about. And it's of a concern for us because we're all watching the money, but we can't watch the money if we don't know what the bill is. And these are bills from 2012. Well, July and August would be the 12-13. So we don't know how you're going to close out your books with your audit actuals, how you're going to report to the state or report to anybody what the balance is in your budget. As you say, you could budget 5 or you could budget nothing and spend it or not spend it, but you do need the billing. So that's 7 months worth of billing that hasn't appeared on a pre-warrant list. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have no more speakers on that item. Do I hear a motion?
I have questions.
I need a motion, Mr. Kim,
I make the motion to not to approve it.
not to approve. Do I hear a second? Do I hear another motion? Motion dies for lack of second.
Motion to approve.
Okay. I have a motion to approve by Mr. Valenzuela, seconded by Mrs. Romo. All in, discussion, Mr. Kim?
Yeah, I have some several issues. It looks like more clear than the last time. Last time they did have lots of details, including the lawyers. I don't know. I don't know how many times we pay for the lawyers. And pages. I cannot see the page anymore. No. What is pages?
What is the name of the company, Mr. Kim?
Okay. The supposedly 8. Yeah, 7. I think 7. First, front portion they have pages. Back portion they don't have pages.
What is the name of the company? They're alphabetically.
Okay, Eric Hall Association. Page 7, but the back side.
Okay.
We still pay them the $11,500. Is it still? Do we have to pay every month like this for the Eric Hall?
Yes, until we make some changes, we have to continue to make the payments.
These are for the work that had been done at Jefferson Elementary, right?
Yes.
Yes. These are for having them as not the consultants, but what
The modernization.
modernization? Yeah, for
And,
the
and,
modernization.
and the earthquake.
This
Yeah.
for the July service.
Yeah, but we're barely closing some of the projects that were done in at Jefferson School.
If
So
you'll
they
see
have to
la-
remain.
later in
They
the-
have to
later
remain
on the
on
agenda,
payroll until everything
we'll
is
be
done.
closing all of
Okay.
those.
So when they're going to be closed?
Well,
I'm
we're-
sorry?
We're approving some closures today.
Today, so probably we might not gonna have any bill more from the Eric Hall.
Well, hopefully for, pretty soon they'll take their trailer out and be out. But remember that we have other construction to be done if we approve it.
Okay, the other one is page, I believe, the 14 of the 16. The Vincent Lloyd Stutzman. They have two bills. This one, I believe, the forensic audit. This is the last bill, or we have more?
Mr. Kim, as far as I know, that's the last billing.
Yes, thank you. And we're gonna have cash balance from general fund $13 million, $13.6 million. So we have a good cash flow right now.
Cash flow is fine right now.
Yes.
But remember, that's as of the 10th. We will have salary benefits, et cetera, et cetera. So that changes almost not even more than daily.
Yeah, about
More
around
than-
$5 million.
That's probably close.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Senor.
One more, Mr. Kim. You made reference to the fact that we're giving you more information. But we had to type it in. The computer won't allow us to do that. So our staff, it's taken more time to explain the each one of the bills.
Okay.
You'll notice some of it's typed.
Yes, I saw it, yes. Like early retiree confidential, something like
Right.
that? Yes.
We typed that in for you.
Thank you.
For the board.
Yes, I think it's a very good job for that. We can see the what money goes to what region.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Mr. Kemp?
I always say no.
Okay. Aye. Motion passes 4-1. California Consulting LLC contract to assist the district with grant writing services. We have several speakers on the item. Vincent Cuevas.
Thank you. My concern is I'm for a strong curricula, and in order to make the changes you need for the curricula, for this strong curricula, you need money. What will drive this school is a strong curricula. You need, the school district, you need to restrain yourselves from spending the money on hiring a consultant to write grants, and I'm opposed to that. Last year you had a bid from someone that had a lower bid on the grant for writing grants, and he was voted down. I consult with Mr. Horton on that. Would you like to come up and speak on that?
Playing tag team, huh?
Well, in reference to last year, I'm sure you remember that I had a person by the name of Colonel De La Serna that was willing to write grants for almost at the bare minimum. I'm sure Mr. Kim can remember because he gave the motion. In fact, he voted it down by his suggestion. Now here we are looking to do something that's going to cost more. So I think we revert back to your history, and we'll see where we're at today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Mr. Cuevas. Ciro Calderon? He left? Can you please? I'll call somebody else. Okay, so go ahead and, okay. David Marquez? Mr. Marquez, you're going to do a presentation on, you're going to speak on this.
I'm going to speak, yes.
Can I have the public speak first?
Oh,
prior
yeah,
to-
yeah.
I'm sorry. I just saw Marquez, I figured. I'm sorry. Leti Vizcarra?
Good evening, Board. My name is Leti Vizcarra, and I'm a parent here of kids at Calexico Unified. I want to speak today on this item because it concerns me, not so much maybe the amount of money that you want to pay for someone else who, if I understand correctly, there is someone on staff here at the district that one of the roles is grant writing. I understand maybe the district feels a little stretched thin in terms of job duties and responsibilities of what we're supposed to do. I know in where I work and I run a nonprofit, I wear very many hats. One of them is to do our own grant writing, and I have successfully written our grant that gets us $1.5 million each year to run our organization. I'm subcontracted as well to do our own grant writing, and I'll fill you in a little bit on how that works. If I'm not successful at grant writing, I don't get paid to do it. So I have to be really good at what I do, and I have to show that I have a success rate that's being demanded of me. So I ask that when you look at California, can't see anymore, consulting, that you look at their success rate, and that you also look at their failure rate, and that you weigh that you consider that, and you put value to that in terms of what they're going to write. Lastly, I don't bill my own agency for grant writing. I'm not on a retainer fee. Unless there's a grant that they're requesting me to write, I'm not getting paid additional money to do that. So, I ask you to act with caution. I ask you to do things that are in line with our current economy. And our current economy is in dire straits. It's in bad shape. So I ask that you take that into consideration when you want to spend $1 or $5,000 or whatever amount of money, that you act with caution and that you really look at what we're getting for the amount of money that we're putting out there, really look at someone's success rate, really look at what grant they're going to write. Because there are a lot of grants. We hear that all the time, but this is really what I do for a living. There aren't a lot of them. So you have to get someone that's very crafty, that has a very high success rate. I shoot for 100% success rate, and then that's where I'd put my money. So please consider that, and please consider that when you look for grants, that you think about what our students need, that you think about technology. I hear a lot that technology is the new way. Technology has been the way. I mean, my daughter has to take a phone to school with a camera. I mean, we're told that they can't take phones to school, but her teachers make them take a picture of the board so that she can see her homework from school. So if they're doing something wrong, I apologize. But you know, I had to. Maybe that's what she told me, to get a fancy phone. But anyway, no, she takes it home, and they confer with other students, and that's how they're getting their homework, and that's where they're also figuring out what she needs to print at home, and all of these things that aren't being done in the school anymore. And we as parents have to pick up a lot of the slack, and we're doing it because we want our kids to be successful. So when I look at that one and grant writing, and I think of the fact that I wear so many hats at work, and that's one of the things I do, and my success rate is 100. Shoot for 100, you guys, because our kids deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ureña? Neither one of them are here, huh? Okay.
Already said what he had to say.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Butner left, so I'm gonna say what she had to say. She asked me to say that she is against this measure because we have grant writers, and within the school district we could have a committee. The school board says that you agree. So I would suggest that you would vote this down and work with the people in the community to get a committee going to lower costs. We don't need more consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Marquez.
Hello, board members and Superintendent Fragali. My name is David Marquez. I'm a senior project manager with California Consulting, LLC. California Consulting is the state's largest and most successful grant writing company. We started in 2004 with 0 clients, and we're the state's top grant writing firm. We have 3 offices and 18 full-time grant writers on board, and then we have people that are part-time. We have nearly 70 clients, which includes cities and school districts statewide, north, central, and south. Since 2004, grant writers have written over 400 competitive federal, state, and private foundation grants for schools, obviously looking at infrastructure, whether it's playground equipment, looking for educational materials, laptops, and such. What's been the demand that's been placed upon us and the request a lot this past couple of years has been a lot of arts education and science, technology, and math, STEM education, not just CDE, but National Science Foundation. I agree, technology is the way. So preparing that continuum from not just from 7th, not just from middle school to high school to community college or to 4-year college, and also a lot of emphasis on the early years. So cover the entire, K through 12, and also we work with community colleges, especially on the NSF grants. When we work with school districts, we work with cities, we sit down and we do a needs assessment. What are your priorities? What is your strategic plan? And we work with it. It's not so much of outsourcing, but it's a partnership, and we just work directly with staff, work with the board, and put together a strategy, a needs assessment. It's not what do you want now. It's not just chasing the grants. It's what fits in and what is the priorities for the school. One of the most important things I want to emphasize, in our 9-year history for all our clients, we provided a positive return on investment. Okay, so yes, there's a retainer fee, but we have always, and that's documented in the packet I have there, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, exceeding that, in some cases 10-to-1, Okay, on return on investment this year, I think we brought in 2.4 million. And what I also want to emphasize, it's not just writing the grant, it's also the grant administration and the compliance. You receive a grant, now you need to assistance with administration or compliance, putting together the materials there, working with staff to make sure that that gets done. It's not so much just receiving the grant, it's the implementation. Okay, because if you don't implement it correctly, you don't meet those benchmarks, those goals, the outcomes, then there's a likelihood you won't get refunded for that grant or maybe refunded for other grants. We have to make sure that the grants are implemented successfully, so we include grant administration in our work. Lastly, because I know I have just a few seconds left, I want to emphasize that we're proud to be recommended by Superintendent Tom Torlakson, and we're the only grant writing company that he's allowed us to use his name and support it. So we work closely with him, and so he's seen our work, firsthand and seen the results. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. Okay, board members, there is no more speakers.
I make the motion to not approve it.
Okay. I have a motion to not approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a motion to approve, but not to approve by Mr. Kim, seconded by Ms. Aguilar. Discussion?
Okay, first of all, our same reason. We have staff to who taking care of our grant writing. It's we have to do it in-house. We have to do ourselves. Just like when I break down of something in my house, I don't have money to hire some specialist or carpenter or electricianist. I have to do myself. Why we have to spend money for somebody else's? We can do it, and especially we have a person is in charge of the grant. I don't see we have to spend money in the outside of the entity. We have to do home cooking. And the other ones, I've been Googled this entity is owned by Mr. What's called the Stephen Samuelians. He was former assemblyman, and I've been seeing a lot of negative comment on the published that. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Mr. Valenzuela?
I continue to hear the same thing. My microphone's not working, or if it is, I can't hear it. Okay, I continue to hear the same thing, that we have somebody on board. We have been sitting here for almost 2 years, all of us, except Mrs. Romo. And I don't see us moving forward. We're missing out on grants. And every time we discuss this, we have staff on board, but we're not moving forward. I totally disagree with the motion, and that's my comment.
Thank you. Mrs. Rom?
It's possible 1 year the cost is for $100,000, no? For your
No.
Because it's $4,500 for month.
Plus expenses.
No.
No?
I just want to add.
Go ahead.
I go ahead and finish your comment, Mrs. Rom.
No. What is the cost approximately?
Can you please come to the mic? Thank you.
My understanding is it's $4,000 a month. No, that includes expenses, and that includes grants administration. Okay. One of the things that we take into account is we're in a rural district, in an area. It's not highly affluent urban area. I work with a lot of rural areas. I work with Bakersfield and work in areas in Central California also. So it's $4,000. That includes expenses and grants administration and grants writing. And it's not one staff writer. You can get an array of staff members, so you could apply for as many grants as you want in a month.
So it's not included expenses.
No.
No.
That's what I'm saying. We have to reimbursement of whatever they spend it.
No. If
And I haven't seen the contract, okay? So
Yes,
I can
Section 5.
If you, well, Mr. Kim, there is a change in the contract. I did talk to Mr. Steve, and I did tell him that the original, when he had first addressed this district, the original was $4,000. So when I saw this contract, it was $4,500 a month, and I did pick up the phone. I did call him, and I said my understanding was it was $4,000. So yes, it is $4,000. There is no extra cost to that. It's a $4,000 flat fee for this. I wanted to reiterate what Mr. Omar. Are you done with your comment?
No.
Oh, go.
That's okay. No,
Go
that's
go
okay.
ahead, and then I'll do my comment.
No, that's
I
okay.
just wanted to clarify that. I do want to reiterate what Mr. Valenzuela said. We have been here for a while. We understand that it's been said that there is staff that will do grants, but nobody has been asked and nobody has stepped forward to do them. Time is passing by. We've been here 2 years. I see grants all the time for swings. We had a parent here, swings, teeter-totters, playground equipment. We need turf for the football field. We need asphalt for the track. We need football lighting. We need baseball lighting. And these grants come to us. Mr. Kim brings $1 million grants. Do we have really somebody that has the time to do them? I was looking through the package. I was seeing the companies that they work for, the school districts, the cities that they work for. I mean, they have a substantial resume here. I was looking at the grants that are available for 2012, 2013. There must have been over 20 grants that we can apply. I don't think we have the staff to apply for 20 grants within the next 3 months. Realistically, we don't. There's Kaboom, there's Maximus, there is from Lowe's Charitable Educational Foundation grants, U.S. Soccer Foundation, Laura Bush for the library. The high school says they don't have a library. We need that grant. PG&E, we don't have lighting at the cafeteria. I mean, these are just comments that came up tonight. Imagine all the comments that we have had from parents and staff throughout the whole 2 years that we've been here. The NEA Foundation, trainings, strengthening practices to strengthen teaching and training, monies for that. I know we have a lot of money for categorical funds, but I mean, we just hired coordinators. We just hired, we have staff development days on furloughs that if you come to work, you get paid. I mean, all that money is going to go out the door right away. We have Visioning a Brighter Future from Grant Fund. Assist schools that want their students to learn more about science, technology, mathematics, hands-on. The list goes on and on. $1 million grants, $250,000 grants. I mean, it's money that is out there. I heard from somebody this week that this district needs to create grants, write grants. I agree with the person that said that. And the only way we're going to do this is if we actually hire somebody, hands-on that does this. There is a 30-day notice. If we don't get our money in return, give them 3 months, return, we have the ability to give 30-day notice. I mean, there is no loss. but there is no gain either if we don't try. I heard a lot of comments today that we need this, we need that, and I think I'm in favor of this because I can't wait another year for somebody to say, we have staff members. Well, if we do, they haven't come forward, and we haven't, I don't think we have asked, because I think all of you guys have a full plate right now, every single one of you, and it would be very unfair to take, 15 days to a month from your time to do one grant when we can have a company that'll do more than 10 grants, in a month. If, like I said, if we don't see anything in return, we have, closeout policy on the contract. So, if any other board member has any more comments.
I do.
I
I do.
Oh, Ms. Aguilar, I'm sorry I missed you.
It's okay. I disagree respectfully, Madam President. As far as that we haven't asked, we have asked. At least I have. I have said that we had Mr. De La Cerda here, and he was to build his fees into the grants, and we turned that down, which I was not in agreement with. And respectfully, there are entities out there, IVROP, a lot of their funding is through grant writing, and they write as a team. In my humble opinion, I think that who better than our site staff knows what we are. I can assure you that that is my opinion. Won't assure. It's my opinion that the first 3 months will be used to assess what the needs are. Well, our school sites, our administration knows what the needs are. I know we've brought it up. I know Mr. Kim has brought proposals and so forth. What has not gone forward is a directive from this board and saying, put a call out. Call in people who have written grants. I am sure that there have been grants written before. Correct, Anna? I know that they've been written at the high school level. I know that they've been written at the middle school level. So I'm not in agreement with outside consulting. On the contrary, if anything, maybe bringing them in. If you were to bring them in, the only way I would support something like this is if we bring them in, but we assemble a team. Because once they're gone, that experience and knowledge is gone, and we're stuck in the same place again. Because then we're going to do. And I firmly believe we do have good grant writers out there. I know it because I saw it when I was an employee, both at the high school and at Willie Moreno. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have to say so. It's not true. Nobody comes up. Even the Mr. Ortega, he was volunteer to help the grant, and we never called them. And we never called any employees to try to form the team neither. And the other way, and we have a person in charge in the grant. If she cannot or he cannot write the grant, why we the person in that position?
Mr. Kim, let me correct that. She is to supervise and oversee the grants. She's not a grant writer. She's not hired as a grant writer.
Okay, so you're saying she's overseas, so she would be the person that would be the principal investigator.
No, but for example, all the grants that we get, all the categorical money, she oversees that.
That's correct.
She doesn't write those.
I'm agreeing with you. Was what I'm saying.
But it's her responsibility to make sure that the funding is appropriately expended.
Correct.
Those kind of things. But she's not a grant writer.
No, I'm not saying she's
not a grant writer.
I have Ms. Ramos. She called for the question. So we go on to vote. All in favor of the motion to not to approve the grant writing?
Yes.
There. Is this no, it's not a resolution.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Vanzola?
No.
No. Okay. So motion does not pass. Do I hear another motion?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Valenzuela, second by Ms. Romo. All in favor of the motion?
Excuse me, discussion?
Discussion? I'm sorry.
If we're going to move forward with this, I would like, would it be possible to provide training or to what I'm saying in terms of developing a staff-based team?
I think that's an excellent idea. One of the things that, what you said makes very good sense. What we can do is work with the school district and do workshops and do training and just do that training so it's not, so we provide that continuum. Okay, one of the things I like to do as a grant writer, and I also was executive director for several nonprofits, so I had to write my own grants at the same time, so I went through that experience, is that it's not so much that the knowledge rests with one person, is that you develop other
A
people
team.
to follow up. Grant writing requires research, and you have good researchers. It requires good management. It's also grant writing. It's not actually grant writing. It should be called development, and that's the most appropriate term because it's not all writing. Writing is sometimes, to me, the easiest part. The hardest part is the research and organizing everybody and corralling everybody and putting people together, okay, and just basically managing the process. So, yeah, I would love to do that, and that would be part of the discussion, and that would no extra cost or anything like that, because what that'll do in the long run, it'll be a good amount of time at the front end, but it's going to benefit us in the interim and the long term, because then when you have somebody leave the area, then you have that knowledge there, and then you have succession. Like whether it's in the private sector or in the public sector, succession is very important.
Will there be additional cost?
No.
Okay.
No. Actually, I think it's for our benefit. It benefits our firm because it makes everything much more easier and improves communication.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. Mr. Kim?
Okay, if we have a personnel only supersedes the grant, why we don't hire the person as grant writing and the supersedes together? Okay, but what we understanding was the former person was the grant writing and the supersedes.
I can't
And
remember.
why don't we hire the people who can write the grant and the supersedes? They save a lot of money.
I don't think that our former director wrote grants either. She may have written one or two. And Dr. Spencer just recently wrote one with IID, and we got $285,000. But grant writing is a special what word do I want?
Skill.
It's special skill. That if nothing else. It's a special skill, and it takes people that have knowledge and understanding. Because one of the things about grants, and those people that write grants know this, there are special buzzwords for certain grants that if they're not included are just eliminated. I've talked to people that read grants, and I know people that read grants, and they look for certain things in the grant request. And that takes a special knack, and you don't learn that overnight. People that write grants take time. And I would strongly urge you to agree and consider retaining California Consulting. I think they can be very successful. As Mr. Duarte said, well, there's a 30-day out escape clause. It's going to take more than 3 months, I would think. It all depends. Some grants, you write a grant now and it's 4 to 6 or 8 months later. But I think we need to give them the opportunity. We don't have sufficient staff to write grants on a regular basis. And there's a lot of money out there, as Mr. Duarte read off.
I call for the question.
Just really quick, Mrs. Duarte. And this, like Mr. Fragali said, this is not a long-term contract. we can give 30 days notice, right? Either party can give 30 days notice.
The language is in here.
It is, right?
Yes. I'll call for the question. So I have a motion made by Mr. Valenzuela and seconded by Mrs. Romo to approve California Consulting's. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
I would ask and that the superintendent issue a call out to ask interested staff if they would like to be part of the team.
Okay.
And you can write my name down there too.
Good idea. Thank you, Mr. Marquez. And great. We have a very good, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, we need everything, Mr. Moreno.
Let me
And Mr. Moreno, that 1.5 million for the pool.
Oh, okay.
There's one for that one too. Okay.
Remember.
We don't have to sell carne asada tickets to raise 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Here, let me sign this.
Okay, moving on to next item. Oh, next item, number 4, agreement for inspection services with Doug Hartland for Mains and Rockwood Elementary Schools, Dianza, Calexico High School, 9th grade, Calexico High School, and Aurora continuation.
Madam President, may I recommend that you consider taking 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9 in one motion? Because it really is the completion, basically, other than the pest management, is regarding the completion of all the projects that were listed.
4, 5,
Well,
6, 8, and 9.
4 through
4, 5, 6,
4
8,
through
and
8.
9.
Yeah. No, well, 9 is different. 9
Well,
is pest masters.
number 7 we pulled. We tabled number 7.
I understand that, but
Okay.
item number 9 is...
Right, okay.
Oh, my numbers aren't right here.
4 through 8 is correct.
Was that changed? Number, because, let's see, addendum, okay. Yeah, no, that's the same, but number 9 is different. 9
Yes.
is pest masters. So item 1 to...
No, 4,
No,
5,
4.
6,
I'm sorry.
8. and
I4 to I8 excluding I7.
Okay. So
That one was tabled. So move, Ms. Romo? Oh, wait, Mr. Valenzuela is not here.
Who moved?
Ms. Romo moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Do we wait for Mr. Valenzuela as well, or? He stepped away.
Let's keep going.
Okay, so, here he comes. So I have a first by Ms. Romo, second by Ms. Aguilar to approve.
4, 5, 6, and 8.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6, and 8. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Kim?
Hi.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Who made the motion?
Wow.
Usted ignora más.
Item number 9, addendum number 1 to agreement awarded to Pest Master Services. And
This is we've had a major concern about ants and spiders, and what Pest Master is requesting is an additional $55 on it, which were 55 cents.
so
$55 per month onto their contract.
So it would be an increase of $605 a year, correct?
Correct.
Okay, do I have?
No, I'm sorry, 660.
660? It says 660.
660.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
That should be 660.
Second. Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Valenzuela, second by Ms. Romo. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0, unanimous. Agreement, item number 10, agreement between CUSD and Imperial Valley Behavioral Health Services for the provision of children's social services Vista Sands program for 2012-13 school year.
This
the
is
motion to
the
approve.
regular, right, that's a regular agreement.
I have a motion by Mr. Kim.
Second.
Second by Ms. Romo.
Oh, sorry.
Second by Ms. Romo. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. Motion passes. Unanimous. Item number 11 was tabled. Item number 12, Calexico High School girls volleyball team to stay overnight in San Diego, California from...
That's a change.
That's a change.
And I've asked Mr. Evangelist to come. What's happened is we were canceled from one tournament and invited to another. And Joe, if you'll take a minute.
If I may take the time, just I have a pass I'd like to give each one of the board members from the CIF.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't have to report this as on a 700 form, do we?
I'm familiar with the codes there, you guys.
There's
Anyway,
no
yes.
value to this card, correct?
Well, it'll save you the cost of admission, so I guess
Depends
there
how
is some
many
value
times
to
you
it.
use it.
Thank you.
Anyway, those are from the CIF, and
Thank you.
we like to thank them for supporting our board members. Okay, yeah, what the deal is on this tournament that this tournament was at, I believe in Scripps Ranch there, like it says, the 5th and 6th of October. Well, we had been to that tournament for several years, and the tournament director called us a couple of days ago and said didn't really have a reason, but he dropped our team from the tournament. And so after we'd been in it for several years and actually did pretty well in it, I don't know, we didn't win the tournament, but at any rate, so I was very upset with the guy for dropping us like that, and immediately got on the phone to another tournament in San Diego to ask if they had an opening, and they agreed to let us in the tournament. The problem is that tournament is the 21st and 22nd of September. So that's what we would be going on. It's the same impact as far as the district is concerned. The only thing that we need from the district is obviously the approval to go, and we use the district transportation, but our team, we take care of the entry fee and the hotel, so forth, to stay overnight. So that's what that request is.
So the request is for a change to September
21st and 22nd.
21st and 22nd.
Yes.
Okay.
Where's the tournament going to be held, Joe?
This one is called the Beach City Invitational. We've never been in it before. It's a large tournament. It's over at La Jolla High School. This other one was a Scripps Ranch High School. So this one's at La Jolla High School. It's been a big tournament in San Diego for several years.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Aguilar, second by Mr. Valenzuela. Discussion? I would just like to say that when my daughter was playing volleyball, we did go to Scripps Ranch. The shortest girl was 6'4".
Yeah.
Our tallest girl was 5'8".
Well, that's about the way it is on our team this year.
They gave us a run, but you know what? I was very proud of our Bulldog girls for that.
Okay, well,
But
thank you.
So
anyways.
do we gonna have a win?
Excuse me?
Do we gonna have a winning team?
I think we are. Just while I'm up here, might as well get the floor for a few minutes.
Go for it.
As you guys know, our football team, we're 2 wins, and congratulations to those. Coach Heck and his staff, they're working very hard. And tonight, been running back and forth over to the high school. Our freshman team defeated Southwest 27-0 tonight. over there, so that's nice. And our JV team is also 2-0. So we're excited about that. Our girls tennis team is 5-0 already. Done very well. The volleyball team is 1-1, and we played in a tournament and have done well. And the cross country team they won the Southwest Invitational last weekend. The boys won the championship and the girls got third. And then they go to Yuma this weekend for a big invitation over there in Yuma. So we're off to a great start for our 2012-13 school year, athletically speaking.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
So what the score we won the game, the football?
Freshmen tonight won 27-0
27-0
over Southwest.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Great.
Great.
That's good to hear.
Great.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You guys
I'll
are doing
pass it on.
a good job out there, and it's hot, and
Yeah,
the
it is.
kids are taking it. So they're coming through for us. We have to come through for them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
So I have a first and a second. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimous. Item number 13, Calexico High School cross-country team to attend an out-of-state invitation at Lake Havasu, Arizona on September 22nd, 2012.
Make
So-
the motion to approve it.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Kim, second by Ms. Aguilar. Discussion?
No
He-
discussion.
Hearing none. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion
Thank you,
passes
Mr.
5-0. Item number 14, 7 members from Jefferson Elementary School to attend the Professional Learning Communities at Work Summit in Phoenix, Arizona on February 20 through the 22nd on 2013. Is that, oh, that's for February, okay.
Is Mr. Padilla here?
Okay. I have motion made by Ms. Romo,
Second.
second by Mr. Valenzuela.
Discussion.
Discussion,
Discussion?
please.
Mr. Padilla, can you come to the podium, please?
It's your item, Mr. Padilla, on the Professional Learning, PLC.
For Phoenix.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. have a question. There's 7 staff members that are attending. Are these ones that have attended previously?
No, we're looking to build capacity with teachers that haven't had opportunity to go before.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
That was also, I'm sorry, Mr. Kim.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, that was also my question. You are rotating the staff and giving the other teachers an opportunity to attend these trainings,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, actually, not relate this one since I saw you there again. I was asking, did you be able to move the water fountain?
You know what? I've been meaning to email you. I'm so sorry. They installed it last week.
Okay.
Yes,
So
it's been
kids have
installed.
water there.
Yes, we have
Okay.
2 of them on campus. Sorry for not emailing you back. Have your card there, just hadn't gotten to it.
Mr. Valenzuela.
I have one more question for Mr. Fragali. Are other school sites going?
Not for this one.
No?
At least Mr. Padilla is the only one that asked so far. There are others interested. Okay.
So there will be other school
Yes,
sites.
we will bring them back when we get the information and who's going or how many.
This is the first school that get a jump start.
Okay, so we still have time to increase the more numbers then.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Call for the question. I have a first by Ms. Romo, second by Mr. Valenzuela. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion
Aye.
passes
Thank you, Mr.
unanimous. Item number 15, MOU between CUSD and Imperial County Consortium, BEDSA, induction program for the 2012-13 school year.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimous. Unanimously.
Sorry, it's the English major in me.
Item number 16, AP Spanish Literature and Culture Course and Textbook Adoption for grades 11 through 12 for the 2012-13 school year.
Approve it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kim, seconded by Ms. Romo. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Ms. Aguilar?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 17, approve AP Biology textbook adoption for grades 10 to 12 for the 2012-13 school year. I don't know. why
Motion
that
to
doesn't come
approve.
out.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Valenzuela, seconded by Ms. Aguilar. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 18, MOU with Imperial County of Education for Team Gear Up for the 2012-13 school year.
Motion.
to approve it.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kim, seconded by Ms. Aguilar. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Adoption of job description for Director of Facilities, Maintenance, and Operations.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela. Discussion?
So you're telling me that there's no fiscal impact?
There is, wow, this is, that is my question.
This is the job description.
This is the job
Yeah.
description.
Once it's approved, then we can go out and advertise. At this point, there is no
Okay.
expense.
There is no.
We can't advertise because we don't know what the cost is.
Well, no, that's,
job
all we're
description.
doing is asking for approval of the job description.
Okay.
We will then research what the job description should pay.
Before.
Well,
Before we advertise.
I would really like to see a pay scale on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Before you approve the job description?
Yes.
Yes, we have to have
Yes.
it.
Okay.
But there is a motion to approve the job description at this time. I have a first by Ms. Aguilar, a
Excuse
second
me.
by Mr. Valenzuela.
Excuse me.
Discussion.
Mr. Martinez, please, more information for. Thank you.
Good evening. Esther Martinez, Classified Personnel Director. You have some questions?
Yes, more information for accept the job description.
That job description is a result of a reclassification request, which has already been approved by the Personnel Commission. There is no need to advertise. We already have the candidate. There is no fiscal impact at this time. The salary range or schedule has already been determined by the Commission. That is one of our roles. There is no fiscal impact because the person who was reclassified is actually going to get a cut in pay.
Not necessarily. We can't cut pay. It will put him in the range, but he cannot lose any salary.
Then there will be no fiscal impact if it is the same.
But we have a job description in front of us without a pay scale.
Correct.
And that would be, I mean, I understand Personnel Commission approves job descriptions and sets a pay scale, but we need to find out if we're going to have the money to fund it, because if this is a reclassification, realistically, the employee will get a raise. Realistically, because
I will
Personnel
address those
Commission-
issues in closed session.
Yeah. Wow. I just want to stress out that Personnel Commission's rules are that you bring them to their closest step and then promote them one step up.
And that's what we did.
So then
It's been done?
So then it's going to be a fiscal impact.
There is a fiscal impact. There's a 5% increase. Good.
No, that is not correct, Ms. Duarte, and I can show you the information in closed session.
You have to be careful. We're talking about personnel.
Correct.
Well, no, we're talking about a position.
No,
We're
it's a
approving-
reclassification.
Okay,
But we're approving a job description. We're not approving the
Who made the
reclassification.
motion to Mr.
We're approving a job description. We're not approving a reclassification at this point.
Correct.
So it is not a closed session item.
But your questions are leading to salaries to the person who was
Correct.
reclassified to. And that's what I would like to discuss with you in closed session.
Okay.
Then I retract my second, and I would like to make a motion.
Well, I have Ms. Aguilar making
Okay, I'm sorry.
the initial motion.
Yeah. So I would ask to table this to after closed session.
I second.
Okay. Okay. So we'll bring it back after closed session.
Correct.
Okay. Actually, you know what? We had a speaker. Mr. De La Rosa, do you want to speak on? I'm sorry. Well, we're going to bring it back after closed session.
So you can speak.
So
then.
we're taking it to closed session. We're going to vote on it. So you can speak because we're going to go into closed session and we don't know what time we're going to come back out.
That's scary.
Okay, a motion to extend the meeting for 1 hour.
I have a motion by Ms. Romo to
Second.
extend the meeting 1 hour, seconded by Ms. Aguilar. All in favor of the motion to
Aye.
extend the meeting 1 hour?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. De La Rosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, board members, administration. I wanted just to take a little bit of time to. I thought I was going to be speaking on one of the items in the employment report for classified, and it's a reclassification. And I wanted to speak, showing full support for that reclassification that the Personnel Commission already acted on through our merit system. And I'm a little bit hesitant to say names and stuff like that because you put caution out there in regards to personnel issues. So at this time, the person that was reclassified is the person who took the bull by the horns when that position was vacated or was left unfilled for numerous years already. Working closely with this person in the custodial department that I can speak of, and through the union addressing different issues that have come up in the maintenance and operations department. This individual, in my opinion, has done a great job of being fair, equitable with the members. I say with the employees, and I got nothing but respect for the job that he's done so far, and I'm looking forward with your guys' support on the recommendation. Looking forward to seeing him in the role as director of maintenance operations / facilities, and so I urge the board to, when you get in closed session, to approve what the PC has already took action on also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will bring that back.
Did you read that?
Yes, you do. You can go ahead, Mr. Harvey.
Did you read that email?
The employment report is missing 2 teachers' names that were also hired just last Friday. And I just wanted to point, I'm going to say their names. And one is Jose Arroyo, and the other one is Marcela Peralta. And I want to make sure their names get on that employment report. So when you come out of closed session, that they get approved. They are already working.
What are those 2 names?
Jose Arroyo and Marina Peralta. And I think Marcela, her sister's Marina. I just want to point that out. And then one more thing I want to say before you go in closed session. Little over so many years ago, and it's a bad memory, the district paid $20,000 for a firm to search for a superintendent. And it was a company that was well liked by everybody, and They brought us a candidate, and Ms. Romo hired her. She's the only one left to take credit for that. But the bill was $20,000 to the firm. So bear that in mind, that if you have a vacancy, that you're going to have a bill of about $20,000 to search for a new superintendent. And you never know what you're going to get. So I'm not going to say anything else, but I think you get my gist. Yes, okay. Sorry, Ms. Roman, but you were on the board when she was hired, but you know what happened later. Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, we all know what happened. We all know what happened.
Okay.
Did we? I'm sorry. Hold on. I lost my agenda here.
20.
You're on 20.
Yeah, I know, but I lost my agenda.
Here.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Item number 20. Resolution declaring modulars as surplus property, personal property, and authorizing the superintendent to donate to St. Mary's School.
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Aguilar. Do I hear a
Second.
second? Second by Ms. Romo. Discussion.
I have written statements. Item 20, modular donation to El Centro Catholic School. Does the district have a written policy on surplus property? I do not have backup on this policy, and I do not know if the modular have any value. If we are going to donate our modulars, let advertise to the entire Calexico community on the surplus have a formal process on donating modulars. Calexico taxpayers pay for these modulars. We should do in our city.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
I'm also a little concerned that there's no, we gave trailers to,
We sold trailers.
we
for
sold
$1.
trailers, I'm sorry.
For a
In this
dollar.
case, we're giving. And yes, it was $1, but
We-
it's still that
Actually, we cannot donate to them. It should read a purchase. It would be giving, it could be considered
Mhm.
giving public funds to a parochial school.
And,
School.
and that is my concern, that it could be interpreted as gift of public funds to a religious institution.
Withdraw my motion
Okay. Ms. Aguilar withdraws her motion.
and propose the following motion to allow St. Mary's School to purchase for $1.
Okay.
I will second that.
Okay.
I still consider about that. But
I just
open
have
to the college schools. There's a lot of non-profit organizations.
Well, I just have a comment. We all received the letter that I was speaking about in earlier, and the letter stated exactly the words that Mr. Kim used by Ann Mallory, or it was signed by Mr. Preciado, but we know where the letter was coming from. I do have a concern. I know that you responded to her because I saw the email stating that you agree with her point on number 3.
It's a
not
possibility, right.
on not on 1 and 2.
Right.
But I do have a concern because we know we can't donate. I mean, $1 is donating, but they're paying for it, and they're going to probably pay more to take them away. But these classrooms are where at this point? Oh, the ones that are left. Okay.
And how many are there, Mr. Martinez?
Can you come to the podium, please?
Good evening, Raul Martinez. There are two modular classrooms at Jefferson presently there. We've already surplused and I'm not going to use the word donate, but sold for $1 the 6 to the neighborhood house 2 went to the Riverside Office Ed. The modular restroom also was surplus and went to the city of Calexico. And we have one more that's been leased, and we're waiting for the leasing company to come pick it up. After that, we'll just have one more left there that's not in use. The school site still has 10, but those 10 modulars will all be used for the school site.
How many do we have remaining
What is
that
our
are surplus?
At Jefferson? I'm sorry?
Overall,
Ooh, I wouldn't be able to answer that
not
question.
guesstimate.
Oh, at one time we had surplus in a neighborhood of about 70.
At one point, it was 95,
Mhm.
according to Mr. Moreno and Mr. Vogel.
You're right, Mr. Fergali.
So I still want to see that the modular, even we donate or we sell the $1 to, we should do in among the inside the city of Calexico. Calexico citizens should get benefit. Even maybe some entity wants to have a homeless people to provide for them, or whatever to what Calexico citizens needs to be provided, not out of Calexico. That's what I'm arguing with it.
Okay. Anybody
I
else?
urge you to board to consider not to approve this one. We'll look into the uses for the citizens of the Calexico, not to outside.
Mr. Kim,
because it's not profit.
No, but that is not the motion. The motion is to sell for $1. I just have a comment on the letter, that it says there is no indication that there was any research related to future pupil enrollments, facility needs, or future state facility funding requirements. Do we or don't we have a report from Mr. Moreno in regards to?
I think we do. We can dig it up. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mhm.
How long ago was that made?
He did one. The last one was about 2 years. It's about 2 years old.
It was right before I came,
Mhm.
because he came to see me. He and Mr. Vogel had done the research during Dr. Luna's time. In fact, if Dr. Luna had approved, they were going to get rid of about 10 or 12 modulars at that point. Right after I came, I authorized him to go ahead and do that, and we ended up saving, not that year, but the following year, the rental on those modulars.
$75,000.
The modulars that had misnumbered or serial numbers that had mixed serial numbers.
I was just going to bring that up.
None of those trailers have been given out, right? Or sold that you know of?
No, none of them.
They're still they're still here.
Correct.
Okay. So Ms. Aguilar, did you have another
No,
comment?
that was my concern, that number one, where were those modulars, and number two, had we resolved that mix-up?
Mr. Fergali, you want to answer that one? As far as the attorneys from the different school sites calling us.
The attorney wanted us to move those modulars to someplace in L.A., and we said, thanks, but no thanks. If you want them, you can come get them, but we're not moving them, because the expense would have been out of our general fund. And it wasn't our mistake. It was a mistake made by either that district or the state. And we weren't going to fund. We weren't going to fund it. So we still have them, and if they want to come get them, they're welcome.
We need to be careful that we don't sell those, please, because then
We
we're going to
won't.
be entitled to pay the full price.
No.
Put a big red X on them.
Yeah. Do not take. Put them on cement or
Do
something.
not put stickers, do not remove.
Put them on
And
cement.
under
But,
penalty
I mean,
by
if
law.
they want to come pick them up, that's fine. But
And Madam President?
make sure that these trailers don't go anywhere.
Yeah. And just briefly, as to what Mr. Fergali was saying, it really had nothing to do with Calexico Unified. This is the time that we ordered trailers, and that's what they sent us, and that's what we installed. For example, there's 2 at Enrique Camarena that brought in by the state that that are in question by that district. So there you have it. And this was done 6 years ago or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I have a question, Raul. Those trailers that Mrs. Duarte is mentioning, are they at one site or are they spread out, scattered throughout the?
They're at 3 different sites.
There are 3 different sites.
As
Are they
long
being
as
used at all?
Enrique Camarena, all of them are being used. Yes.
Oh, are there any at school sites that are not being used?
There's that not being used, not that I'm aware of at this point. I'd have to go back and research. When we go back to what Mr. Fergali was just saying, originally it was 90 trailers that weren't being used, and he's absolutely correct. And I mentioned 70 because just last year we got rid of 15 of them through the leasing program. Then we have another 7 that we're going to get rid of, and then we surplus them. That's why I mentioned the number about 70 approximately. But yes,
So you're saying all of them are being used?
the ones that are in
that
question,
fivesome.
yes. Mhm.
The ones that what?
That fivesome that were
Those
misshipped
are being used.
Yeah.
But what about? Okay, are other ones at different school sites not being used?
There's a few that are not being used. Yes.
Okay.
What we can do for the next board meeting is to bring you a list of where they are, what locations.
Yeah.
Where they are, yeah, please do.
And-
Where
and-
where they are, and if we could possibly open them up for use, if I don't know, noontime activities or after school activities. So if you're going to use them, if you got them, use them.
And an example, Mrs. Aguilar, for example, the interim Jefferson from last year. Now we have all those. That's in the mix of the ones that we're talking about that aren't being used.
Okay.
I would like to pull my second, and I'm going to tell you why. I agree with Mr. Kim. I think that if we're going to sell these trailers for $1, we should be able to find someone within our city that could use them.
Respectfully, I agree with you in theory. We still have a lot left, don't we?
Correct.
And how many would we be using or selling to St. Mary's?
I believe they needed 3.
3.
I don't think that's going to break us.
Well, not only that, but if somebody wants them, they need to come up with $50,000 to move them off of our site.
Yeah.
In Calexico.
So I
because
stand
that's
by my
about how
motion.
much it costs, no? More or less, about 50 grand to move them.
Depending where it's going, but yes,
Here
it
in
could be.
Calexico,
Yeah, when you're looking at transporting, removing, and putting the new foundations, and then putting electrical,
It's gonna be very
I'll give you an example. The 5 when we were doing the modernization at Calexico High School that we moved from Blanche Charles, the original Blanche Charles, to Calexico High School, that cost us $160,000.
Yeah.
I stand by my motion.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the sale $1 to St. Mary's School. Do I hear a second? I don't hear a second.
Hang on. So we're still sitting on how many more trailers that we need to just get rid of, period. This is
I'm
what we're
hesitant
doing.
to answer with a number. I can give something
Roughly,
approximately.
just roughly.
We probably have in the neighborhood maybe as close as 40 to 50 in that range.
Thank you. You know, I'm gonna hate to do this, but
You look at the interim
I'm
Jefferson.
contradicting myself, but I
we
second
got all
Mrs.
those
Aguilar
extras
here.
right now
Okay.
that aren't being used.
Okay.
And those are 20 some, but when
So
you
your motion
I
was
told
to-
you.
It's still?
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
it's the still same motion.
So it's still the same motion. Motion to approve the sale to St. Mary's for $1. Now, will they accept for $1?
I'll have to talk to them, see if they can afford it. The other thing is, they're
$1 each, not $1 for all 3.
Yeah, okay.
$1 each.
The other item is that they are aware that if they are given, are they sold to them, that they are responsible for transporting them to their site.
They are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
And they are aware that they only have 10 days to come and pick them up?
No, I didn't tell them. I didn't give them
No,
time.
just
Although
kidding.
they're anxious to get them.
I call for the question.
I hope so.
I have a motion to approve sale to St. Mary's for
It's a
$1.
recall, roll call.
If they approve, roll call, Ms. Aguilar,
Aye.
Mr. Kim,
No.
Mrs. Romo,
Aye.
Mr. Valenzuela,
Yes.
Ms. Duarte, yes.
Before I
Motion
change my
passes 4-1. Jesus Christ. We needed the whole hour for this one. Item number 21, resolution adopting the swimming pool project.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Ms. Aguilar, second by Mr. Valenzuela. Discussion?
Yes, I have another written statement. I'll vote yes, but I want to join meeting with all board members with the Calexico City Council on Tuesday, September 18, 2012, to discuss all the details. We need the pool open by summer of the 2013, and we need to hurry and not delay. Committees delay the process and are not transparent. The committee demands full transparency in public. No more major J-type committees.
Mr. Kim, I'm sorry, the date that you gave is...
Tuesday.
But you want to set a board meeting for Tuesday, the 18th?
Special board meeting and join with the city regarding on this. If the date is not 18, it should be as soon as possible next week sometimes. We need to have a joint meeting with the city to discuss on those.
There
We have a
is
meeting set for the 20th.
for the 20th, but that is the meeting of the committee.
Right.
The joint powers. That's what it is.
Correct.
So
But this is for negotiation.
it's
This
there,
agreement is for negotiation.
no, there's no negotiations. The plan is in place. The fundings are there. We are short $1.5 million. I guess what we
needs
can
to
do-
happen is that each of the entities need to pass resolutions before there can be a meeting.
Yeah.
Which is why we have this resolution. We are to pass our resolution and the city and IID as well.
Every
Before we have a joint.
every committee that is sitting on this, which is the city, the school district, IID was present, the County of Imperial, and Chamber of Commerce?
Chamber of Commerce.
Chamber of Commerce. There's 5 of them. The joint powers would be construed of Calexico, Calexico, City of Calexico, and the school district. The other ones would just be putting money in, but they don't want the name on there. But we have made substantial movements. We do have the plans, and the reason why we want these resolutions from each body is because we want commitment. Without a resolution, there is no commitment, and we don't want to get stuck with the tab. I'm talking about CUSD, getting stuck with the whole entire tab. So therefore, we do have a meeting on the 20th from the joints, so that if they do pass their resolutions through their own boards, then we move forward, and then plans go to state, right? The plans will go to the state. Mr. Sanders can move it as fast as possible. So the goal is by June 2013, that pool will be built. And that was also one of the reasons why it was good for the grant writer, because we are short $1.5 million, And if we get a grant for that, that would be
Calexico?
great. We don't have to, we've been talking about fundraising, selling tickets or something.
But in terms of the
Yes.
of transparency, there is a valid point to what Mr.
Yes.
Kim is saying.
Mhm.
But we have to get those commitments from those
Yeah.
entities first.
Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela. Roll call, Ms. Aguilar?
Aye.
Mr. Kim?
Hi.
Mrs. Romo?
Aye.
Mr. Valenzuela?
Yes.
Ms. Duarte? Yes. Motion passes, motion passes unanimously.
So we're not gonna have a meeting with the city?
Once we get the resolutions from everybody, we will.
Then it forms the joint powers.
Then
Okay. Item number 22, settlement agreement with Angelica de IHA for consulting services related to waiver of fines and penalties before the California Department of Education and the EAAP. Do I hear a
made the
motion?
motion to not approve it.
I have a motion not to approve by Mr. Kim. Do I hear a second? Motion fails for no second. Do I hear another motion?
motion to approve.
Second.
Motion passed. Motion made by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela. Discussion.
Well, again, we hire them as a lobbyist, but they never been lobbyist. So we got this person has breached the contract. We should not give him the monies. And what saying is she working for us, but actually was called what I understanding through the other channel. The Anne Mallory, ICOE superintendent, signed the waiver petition because Manuel Perez went to visit her to get support. I believe that we shouldn't spend money, our children's money, in one way or the others. We should try to save the money as much as we can for the children's benefit.
Mr. Kim, what does Manuel Perez has to do with this?
Well, he was visiting with Anne Mallory to support the waiver, so she signed the waiver petitions.
Oh. Miss Anne Mallory didn't sign anything at all in regards to the waivers. She didn't even help us. I do want to commend Angelica Teaeche and GCR for getting us through. I'm sorry, for getting us through this. We did get good news. I don't know if we have reported that, have we?
Well, I
On
know
the
I
EAP?
reported to you all.
Yeah. Can
Yeah.
you report it out? What
Be
the good
happy
news
to.
is?
I think I know I mentioned it to some, but the final $1.04 million that we were going to be penalized, that had been waived. We no longer have that hanging over our shoulders. That would have had to been paid off in over the period of 8 years.
And it was
the
waived
only
because?
penalty that we didn't incur was that they wanted 4 days of attendance. 2 of the days we're making up this year. They're counting 2 of the days this year, and the other 2 days we can take 1 each of the next 2 years, or we can take 2 in 1 year.
And who negotiated that?
I'm sorry?
How was that negotiated?
Our attorney, Mr. Yolde Calderon. Excuse me,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Calderon.
So I want to commend all the staff that partake on all the gathering of the paperwork. Ms. Ambriz, Mai, Janet, Ms. Sherry Spencer, Teresa Estrada, I believe you were involved in it too, as to getting all the paperwork together. And I think that ordeal is done. There is no 2010 earthquake anymore.
Only
We are
thing we
done.
have to do is to finish our 4 days.
Yeah, but other than that, I think now we
Done.
can breathe and it's done, all the legal process. So I have a motion on the floor by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela to approve the settlement. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 No.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1.
Madam President,
Yes?
I just wanted to make it public and part of this meeting that it has come to my attention that there has been some slander in regards to this issue. Finally, we are resolving and settling this particular item. At this point, I'm not going to stipulate who we were slandered by, but there is discussion and accusation of inappropriate signing of contracts by yourself and myself, and I just want to put that out there that those are false accusations and a slander on our names.
Yep.
The bottom line is the lady provided a service to our school district. She was an instrumental part on these waivers, therefore she should get paid.
Well, actually, we don't sign these contracts. We approve the contract as a board. The board does consist of 5 people on this board.
There. I just needed to make that public information.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I didn't support it.
Item number 23, up to 15 district personnel to attend Title I training on September 27th through the 28th, 2012 in San Diego, California.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Valenzuela, seconded by Ms. Aguilar. All in favor of the motion?
Well, wait, discussion.
Oh, okay.
All right. Who's in charge of Dr. Spencer? Can you give us a short summary of what's, I mean, I know I saw the flyer, but who's going? And again, the same question, we're taking new administrators, are we taking new support, or is this the first time we attend this, or?
This will be the first time that this group has attended this. The people that we're recommending to take are the 12 academic support teachers, Dr. Estrada, myself, and Phyllis Salazar, who is the project office assistant.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions.
What, this is, this could have been paid by one of the grants. Okay. So, any more discussion? Okay. Call for the question. I have a motion by Mr. Valenzuela, seconded by Ms. Aguilar. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We go now to closed session.
Public employee appointments, Government Code 54957. All positions included in certificated and classified employment reports. Number 2, public employee / discipline / dismissal release, Government Code 54957. Title is administration, and then also classified.
Thank you. And we will now go to closed session. See you in a while.
I have to go back and get them.
That's okay, Mr. Fagali. If you guys can correct me if I'm wrong with my notes here. We're coming back from closed session at 1:20, and we had an extension motion made by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela, to extend the meeting for 1 hour, and that was from 11 to 12, and the vote was unanimously. And then from 12 to 1, we had another extension for another hour. Motion made by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by myself, Ms. Duarte, and the vote was unanimously. As to...
You need
it's
to
right
know.
here. I have it right here.
There was one more I would.
Huh?
There was one more. and I would-
Oh, and there was another one made by the last one of 15 minutes.
Aye.
It was made by Mrs. Romo. Mrs. Romo, and then seconded by
Kim.
Mr. Kim, to extend the meeting an extra 15 minutes all the way to 1:30. That one passed 4-1. Ms. Aguilar voted no. So, okay. So for public employee appointments, they're pursuant to the Brown Act. There was no reportable action to be taken at this time. There was direction given to superintendent for item A, title administration and classified. And that's it, right? That's all that we have to report from closed session. Now we go on to item I, action required, employments report.
D1, we didn't make the decision yet.
Excuse me?
D1?
L1.
D1, we supposed to have it.
Oh, D1, I'm sorry.
Oh, D1. I guess all the speakers have spoken. And anybody would like to make a motion
I
on
make the motion
item
to-
D1?
I make the motion to not to approve the increasement and finish the contract this fiscal year. And the fiscal year we with the new contract might be considered for the new contracts.
Okay, so the motion is not to approve the
increasements
increasement.
and finish the contract till this fiscal year's ended. And with the new contract might be considered for the consideration of the salaries.
Okay, so the motion is to deny the
deny.
increase and
To finish the
the contract as it's signed,
Yes.
and come July,
The-
the new fiscal year.
New fiscal year, we are with the new contract, we can consider as salaries.
Okay. Did you get that? Okay. Do I hear a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a motion by Mr. Kim, a second by Mr. Valenzuela. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Mrs. Aguilar?
While I appreciate all the internal discussion that we had, I've shared my feelings. It's a difficult choice, but I respectfully disagree with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I,
Yes,
Madam President?
Mr.
It
Valenzuela.
is a difficult choice to me also to make this decision. I very respectfully, I really appreciate everything that you have done for us as our superintendent. Unfortunately, the fiscal crisis that we're in, times are tough. We just came off of last year of laying off a lot of the staff members, a lot of teachers, and I just can't see myself approving a pay increase for anyone at this point in time.
Okay.
Madam President.
Okay.
Mrs. Romo?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Fragale, unfortunately, our fiscal solvency is very important today, and I do, however, ask you to reconsider the position as a superintendent at the same salary that you had been contracted for. I appreciate it.
You want me to respond?
Well,
This is more comments?
yeah, I have more.
Okay.
comments.
Are you done?
Yes.
You
yes.
are done?
Okay.
Difficult.
I'm the person who talks straight. I don't know how to much. I don't know how to much good way to talk. I'm gonna straight go to the point. We don't have any room for salary hikes, and during our class, our children, as mentioned in my statement, during our children's lots of children's classroom, we laid up the teachers. We cannot afford to increase the number of salaries. So I, again, as my written statement, we need to be finished the contract at this point.
Okay. I also feel the same way. I would give you the money at this the increase at this time, Mr. Fragali, but as you guys can see tonight, we did hire 11 teachers. I still don't know where the money is going to come from, so I cannot make a commitment to give the increase at this time. I also would like for you to reconsider to stay on board and finish off your year as we had negotiated before. If that is not your wish, I would personally like to thank you for everything that you've done, and I'm hoping that you do reconsider. But you have moved us along. You gave us guidance. You gave us leadership, and you make things better. I mean, 10 years worth of dysfunctionality here in the, I don't know if that's the word, teachers. But you did move us forward, and everything is greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, with the comments that were done today, I did get phone calls and to give you kudos for everything you have done and to go ahead and give you the raise. But it's very easy from the outside to say $30,000 is worth the increase. But when you add up, the others that we may approve right now, we're talking about, $600,000-$700,000 that we don't know where we're getting it from, but it's a need. The community has pushed for us to hire teachers. We're being very cautious, and we just hope that we don't get taken over by the county again. But we will dig for the money somehow and make it through.
Well, I appreciate for all the comments, but my answer is I will not stay. I cannot stay for a difference of my retirement and my net income. It's about $1,300 a month. And I'm not going to work for $1,300 a month.
Yeah.
So I have, if your action is no, then I will submit my resignation.
And it's unfortunate that this legislature would do this decision when school has started, because, like you said, it only applies. There's exemptions, and the people that are exempt are people that we have to keep the rest of the year because of their contract. But it's unfortunate that this legislature would take this type of decision right now instead of passing it now if they want it, but making it till the end of the year,
Well,
enforcing it.
And that's why I was willing to delay the raise until January.
Mm-hmm.
But I will not work from now through June for $1,300 a month, and I don't think anyone out there would either.
No. Okay, so I have a motion. I have a motion by Mr. Kim seconded by Mr. Valenzuela. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 No.
Aye.
No.
Then I'm submitting my
Motion
resignation.
passes 4-1.
Effective the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. Fergali. At, at this time, I would like to make a motion to effectively after September 19th,
18th. At the end of the day.
at the end of the day. Okay, so after September 18th, I would like to make a motion to assign Ms. Maria Ambriz as the interim superintendent, while we decide if we open the position or she remains for the remainder of the year.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. Valenzuela. Discussion?
No discussion.
Okay. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Ms. Romo?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Ms. Ambriz, congratulations. And,
And the position de Maria?
well, we'll figure that out. But at least right now, we're going to have a special meeting to see what we do next. But Mr. Fergali, it saddens me, but you do have to do what you have to do. And,
Not something I wanted to do.
yeah,
But-
I understand. Now moving on.
Both gonna be accepted the resignation, or we have to put a sign, or we have to put a special meeting accepting resignations.
Tienes que aceptarlo.
That's true.
Tienes
Okay.
que aceptarlo o no lo aceptas.
So, do I have a motion or,
Yeah, I make the motion to accept it.
okay? Do I hear a second? I second the motion. All in favor of the motion to accept the resignation of Mr. Fergali?
Aye.
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 No.
Aye. Okay, motion passes 4-1. Moving on to approved certificated employment report for September 13, 2012. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Ms. Aguilar, a second by Mr. Valenzuela. All in favor of the motion?
I have a little question about that. Is the region hiring because the classroom is not, the teacher's not there? Or do we need to make them more classroom?
I'm sorry?
So they have several, the Ragood or Kennedy Gardens, Blank Charles, they have some teachers coming in. Region, we recall them because we're making another classroom or with the studying without the teachers, that's what.
There were subs in those classrooms.
Yeah, sub in the classroom. What happened to the main?
To mains?
Yes, main school.
They didn't have any substitutes left
I see.
on their staff, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but when I go to the Ragood, about 25, 27, 30, they have students. When I go to Maine, 37 plus 3 are 40 in the classroom in 6th grade. And next door is 35 in the classroom. I think we need to look into the classroom. It was about 2 days ago.
All their classes are at maximum, but not over.
No, it's a Friday. The last Friday. Friday I was there.
They're all at maximum or less.
We've been working on it, and if there's still classrooms there, we'll definitely look into it.
I thought we did too.
Room number 26, 37 plus 3. Room number 25 is 35. Sixth graders. 26 is 27 plus 3. And room number 25 and 35. Okay.
So, have a motion by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Approved Personnel Commission Classified Employment Report for September 13, 2012.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Aguilar.
Go back to it right now.
Well, we have to do that one before we do this one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're gonna remove those motions for now. We have to go back to item 19 in order to be consecutive. I-19, adoption of job description for Director of Facilities, Maintenance, and Operations.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Aguilar, seconded by Mr. Valenzuela. Discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Abstain. 4 yes, 1 abstention. Okay, now back to the Personnel Commission Classified Employment Report for September 13, 2012. May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second? Or do I hear a second? Hearing none, do I have another motion?
I make the
I have a
motion.
question, Joe.
Hold on, we need the motion first.
I make the motion to approve except number 3, Arias Raul family leave.
A second. Discussion or Ms.?
Yeah, I have a motion by Mr. Kim, second by Ms. Aguilar. Discussion?
The family medical leave is not something that can be denied. It's a right, a benefit that the employee has. This is more of an informational item only for the board. It needs to be approved. We can't deny an employee of their rights. Federal law.
I withdraw the second.
You withdraw your second?
I withdraw my second. I'm tired.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Hold on, I still have Norma withdrew her second, but Mr. Kim didn't withdraw his original motion.
I'm not going to be happy to the one retired person to giving him the family leaves, family sick leaves.
We have no say against
Yeah,
that.
I know, but I'm not against. Well, by the law, whatever, I'm not happy to see this function because if something gone wrong, this is happening.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that the feds do.
I make a motion to approve.
A second.
Have a motion by Mr. Valenzuela, seconded by Ms. Aguilar. All in favor of the motion?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
No.
Abstain. Motion passes. 3 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting for today. Thank you very much, and good night. Ms. Sombris, go ahead.
First of all, thank you, Board, for the faith and trust you're entrusting in me as the interim superintendent. But I do have to publicly thank Mr. Fergali for the opportunity of coming back to Calexico and the guidance that he has provided and that I hope that he continues to provide when I call him and say I need some more guidance. and it's been a true pleasure to work with him. And even though we, as professionals, have agreed to disagree on many items philosophically, we share a lot of similar beliefs, and I just hope that I've been a good student. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ambriz. Good night, everyone.
Don't we have to set some special meeting?
Special meeting for what?